Yes.
And Wabbit God said, Let there be wabbits.
Now, wait a minute, I started this
Wabbit.
shit. Is this the motherfucking thing that
Why the fuck is there a wabbit sector? Why the fuck is there wabbit? Right.
En la ciencia.
Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting wabbits.
Ears to the street. Ears. Gotta keep it lit for the
Wabbits.
You know the lingo though. Welcome to the show though. Roll goes in on the
Wabbit.
Keeping it real is a habit. We don't say rabbit, it's passing out L's. Ears give them hell. You know my dog.
Why the fuck is there a
Hold
wabbit
on.
sector?
Wait a minute. Chat on Big Five. Liddy. I be in the cut in the comments, chillin', looking at the pretty women in here, rockin' with us. Bitch ass niggas in their goddamn feelings. Why you gotta come in here acting all feminine? Tryna make an enemy to enemy, but y'all really acting sweeter than sugar with cinnamon. Hold up, let Crucial can't cook. It's rabbit season, not for Easter. Good on feasting, hit 'em with a little bit of extra season. Then you about to be some good old eating. Now I seen a million reasons why some of y'all niggas be the better the jokes. Man, I'm so fire, I don't run from the smoke. We about to turn up, so pull up, then roll up. Hold up, hit the like button, kick back and enjoy the show. Ears to the street. Ears. Gotta keep it lit for the You know the lingo though. Welcome to the show though. Roll goes in on the keeping it real is a habit. We don't say rabbit, it's passing out L's. Ears give them hell. You know my dog.
Is there a wabbit sector? Why the fuck is there wabbit?
Look, sis. Everything the light touches is our kingdom. A king's time as ruler rises and falls like the sun.
Count up with a passion, cashing and dashing, stacking and stashing. Pretty much do what I want without asking. Disable my feelings, I'm searching for healing. Pray to the ceiling, just send me a sign. Cover me, save me from wasting my time. They waiting on me, got them waiting in line. I know what I'm doing, just sit back and watch. They hate me so much, really love me a lot. No working it out, it ain't nothing to speak on. Negative thoughts and bad energy, be gone. Flash on the bitch, step on the peon. Prime time, coaching these niggas like Dion. New day, do it again like a rerun. My vision prophetic, all stays get beheaded. I did what I had to do, I don't regret it. They want the recipe, they can get next to me. Done with the past, I want what's ahead of me. Grinding excessively, stepping my legacy. Deliver these verses, I'm living my purpose. Master my talents, I feel like it's worth it. The dopest, the coldest, I know that you notice.
Mic check. Hey, that's just what I'm about to do, R&B Garvey. I just woke up from my nap. I'm about to get my coffee ready. I'm getting my blunt rolled, y'all. We can get into, what my original live was gonna be about today. Y'all make sure y'all get in here, man. We got a lot of topics to talk about. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button on the way in. Shout out to the homie, Hemi McFly, that guy. Salute to you, my brother. Salute to you, Joshua Hawkins. You catch the replay, man. It's going to be a good one, man. We got a lot of information to go over. So y'all hang tight. Let me finish rolling up my little blunt. And we going to get into this content. Y'all make sure to hit the like button on the way in, man. Share the content.
Bitch, where you at? Bring that mouth here. I'm in the streets with a check, bitch, I'm out here. I got dope, I got crack, what you trying to do? My partner got the pills, pharmaceuticals. I dropped the sunroof, I'm just trying to let the car air. I'm smoking all gas, you just smoking all air. Yo, bitch on me bad, feel like I'm a ball player. All this trap money, feel like I'm a ball player. I spread them niggas like the phone, cause they out there. You don't fuck with Freddy, fuck them all well. You square, plus you salty, you a cracker nigga. Hope I with no safety, better back up nigga. Draco, you in your backup nigga. My shit was cold-blooded like a reptile, yes sir. Dropping off the top roll like a wrestler, yes sir. All up in your hoe said I'm the GOAT. Ride around with the dope, I'm a chauffeur. All these sticks in here, what I'ma lock the doors for. She go for anything, yo the bitch go for. Who got that work, scale it up, what it go for? Scare me up, I'm a whole 1,008 grams. Moonwalking with the dope, make it Space Jam. You know time, make money, I can't waste damn. Don't play around by that money, lay him face down.
Y'all get in here, make sure you hit that like button, man. Hit that like button, man. We about to check out what's really going on. What's really going on. What's really going on. Shout out to my homie, 4th Street Freddy. Shout out to my homie, King G. Y'all can find their music in the description. Shout out to the homie Crucial K. Y'all can look down in the description. Y'all can find Spotify. Y'all can find all of the music that's being played in the description.
Kevin, this is nice.
We about to get the show started in about 2 minutes. Let me make me a cup of coffee real quick, and we'll get into it.
I was on bed rest. Last night I had the best sex, and the bitch gave me turkey neck. I think the bitch took a Percocet, cause I can't believe the way she work her neck. Now the dumb bitch said I'm the first to hit. I put a load in her mouth, she the first to spit. Jumped in the whip, then I'm back to business. Been a couple corners just to find the bitch. I do my dirt dolo, I don't ride with witness. Cause these niggas homo, they be lying and snitching. I be tired of these niggas, never let them ride with me, nigga. I don't need a pussy nigga sitting on the side of me, nigga. I need a thick bitch, that's what they gotta be, nigga. Have a nigga feeling like you want the fucking lottery, nigga. I don't want a pussy nigga calling me, nigga. I just want a bitch that wanna swallow me, nigga. But I don't want a bitch that's gonna be stalking a nigga. I don't want a bitch that fuck a lot of you, nigga. Cause a lot of you niggas steady be burning these bitches. And I don't have a lot of time to be learning these bitches. They taking turn with these bitches, yeah. I be curving these bitches. I just want a little head, send the word to these bitches.
Yeah, we want a little head, send a word to these bitches. Boss, and Crucial K be the Y'all niggas 3 funny. Light in the ass, lighter than K money. Crucial K gon' keep eating these instrumentals like a smoke that gas. I got the munchies. Hey, turn it off top, hey, please don't be eggy. Bitch, I'm chillin', I'm coolin' on the ass. Please don't blow it unless you blowin' like beep, beep, beep on the dick like a horn. Hey, shawty like skin and a pussy look orange. Shawty is a freak like them bitches in them Pringles. Even though she look good and a booty big, shawty pussy deep, you can fit 6 arms. Boy, you better ring the alarm. Co-ed, we done ran through it like a dorm. So many niggas done been up in this bitch, man, it look like children of the corn. Some of this shit she do not know. Hey, spread them legs like Grey Poop pun. Her booty still big like 2 big puns. I run up in it, pussy like run for his run. Hey, polo on my feet, bitch, grapefruit punch. Got a plug on the kicks, these will come out in a month. I pull me a chick, nigga dressed like a monk. She see these pockets on thick like lumps. She know I get money like the first of the month. Hey, tell your nigga chill, you'll be back in a month. Cause you're not the type that a nigga really want. All I want you to do is lick the D like a blunt. Y'all pussy niggas can't walk in my shoes. Couldn't get my chick, couldn't get my man, couldn't get my freak, couldn't get my boo. Cause I hit it like an animal, bitch, I'm from the zoo. Cause down there like a sneeze, I'm blessed, I got you. I'm kicking niggas' asses dressed like Ryu. Bust your head open, see the pyro red. Lost his head, lost his dreads. Put on the bed, lost his back, lost his front, lost his arms, lost his leg. You heard what I said, ain't no play, cause we ain't playing. Georgia boys, Georgia men. 100 nigga, you ain't even on the scale of fucking 1 to 10. As a matter of fact, I'm cool like this, I'm cool like that. Bitch, I'm lit, bitch, I'm 5. Accurate, nigga, your pocket sitting on patches. Woo, take your breath, asthmatic, jump, crisscross, knocking your pants backwards. Oh, you don't dance, pow, he big dabbing. Get on these tracks, lean with it, I'm big snapping. Don't forget I'm international, I'm big mapping. Cat flew in the air like he graduated. Boom, boom, beat the beat up, call that masturbating. The bitch ass nigga done dilated, he violated, decapitate him. Swag City BTBG.
Damn, K, man, you could've saved me something. Shit, nigga. Damn.
All right, y'all. Don't worry about that. The next video. It's not time for the shit. This is not gonna be time for the shit live. This is this is gonna be this is another live. This ain't the time for the shit. But shout out to the chat, man. Shout out to the chat. So y'all, damn, y'all, I had to take me a nap. I had to take me a nap, man, after the live that we had earlier today. Jeez Louise, boy. After the live we had earlier today, boy, I was worn out. You need the Steelers to win this game, bro. I ain't even watching the game, man. My team got kicked out, man. I ain't even giving a fuck about no more football. My first team got kicked out, which is the Buccaneers. Then my secondary team got kicked out, which is the Jaguars. Man, I'm like, shit, boy. The down south Florida boys can't get a break. The last hope we got is Miami. Yeah, the last hope we got is Miami. Hopefully Miami can bring something to Florida this year. So, what the way Indiana looking, I don't know who the fuck was recruiting for Indiana this year. But shit, the way Indiana looking, man, please. So, you know, it is what it is. So I should have been watching football. I should have went and I should have made me some bets, to be honest. But I'm kind of glad I didn't, because I probably would have went with the quarterbacks and all that, got me some points. I think who all goddamn yesterday I would have lost like a motherfucker. I've been keeping my money, man. You know, I might make some bets on next round, but for right now, I'm just keeping my money. I'm probably gonna wait till like the Super Bowl to start making some bets and all that stuff like that. But shout out to the chat, man. Shout out to the chat. I'm just making sure everything good. I'm giving y'all enough time to get in here. We ain't got nothing. Well, we got 10 people watching. Hey, man, I appreciate every one of y'all 10 that came in here for this. So, hopefully we'll just, you know what I'm saying, we'll expand as we go. This live was kind of my fault, man. I've been pushing this live back since fucking last night. I ain't gonna lie. I was gonna go live, about what I was gonna do since last night, but I had a couple of things pop up. Then I was gonna go live early this morning, but then of course we got distracted with the shit. We've been live all day with some stuff that I really wasn't planning on talking about, but we end up having a fun time or whatever. I'm gonna put that live on membership, because, that ain't really the live that I wanted to be on the channel or whatever. Like I said, I'm trying to have my live for new subscribers. I already know people in this sector don't want to hear nothing but the fuck shit. So this is why I do lives that ain't about the fuck shit sometimes, so we can gain new subscribers. I don't give a damn about the numbers on those as far as like how many people in the chat. But as we can see, when we do these lives, we do get a little... We gain a couple of subscribers every time, so it's a grind, y'all. Sometimes you gotta grind one subscriber at a time, 1 or 2 subscribers at a time, day by day. This shit is it's a marathon. It's not a race. So we've been doing a great job at gaining a couple of subscribers at a time, and I kind of want to keep it like that, man. At work, listening, getting through the night. Hey, I'm about to get you through your night, Carla. I promise you, I'm about to get you through your night. And anybody else that's working right now, that's what Earz to the Streets is here for, to help you get through your work shift, because we the working class over here. We are not the bum class that sit around and just, try to find some dumb shit to talk about every day and have 8 niggas up here arguing and all that shit or whatever. Nah, we the class that want to know. We the educated class in this sector. You know what I'm saying? Oh, tell Mom Deuce, my 421 Mom, I said, what's up? Tell her, hey, we got some good content, man. It ain't gonna be the mess. So she ain't got to plug in her ears and say, oh, Ears, stop it, Ears. Shout out to 421, Mama 421. All right, y'all, so let's get into the content, man. Let's talk about what's going on in the world, y'all. What's going on in the world? It is a lot going on. Have y'all been paying attention? I hope so, because if you haven't been paying attention, don't worry about it. Earz gonna catch you up. Don't worry about it. Earz gonna catch you up. So one of the main things that's been going on, of course, in the country has been this situation when it comes to the young white lady that she has been, that got killed by an ICE officer. Now, there's been a big problem with ICE for a while. I told my story, if y'all want to hear it yesterday, I told my story of my encounter with ICE. ICE didn't just start what they're doing when Trump got in office. Now, they might have started shooting people. They might have just started being reckless. Well, super reckless, because when I ran into them, they were super reckless. But ICE didn't just start with Trump, just so everybody know that. I had my situation with ICE. A lot of people have had situations with ICE before Trump became in office. So I don't want the narrative to be, hey, Trump the one brought ICE around. He wasn't. I blamed it on Obama. and I'm not a Obama hater, but I just call things how it go. Now, for the people, in case you was living up under a rock, let's take a look at this Renee Good situation, but we're gonna take a look at it from a different angle this time, y'all, because Renee Good, she had.
Turns out you should know.
I mean, okay, so we heard a lot from the administration. We heard from J.D. Vance. We heard from Kristi Noem, who is the head of the Department of Justice. And we seen the video. We seen the video from multiple angles. We even looked at the video, and most people, not all people, a lot of people still feel like she pressed the gas and she was trying to hit the officer, so they justify that as a reason why the woman should have died. Some people obviously see that the woman's tire was turning, so they didn't feel like she was aiming at the officer. I'm one of those people. I feel like, if you're supposed to be an officer of the law, you should have a certain amount of discipline. Like, I'm not expecting you to be like a normal person with a gun. I feel like if you're an officer of the law, you're going through all that training, you should know the law book. If the law book says that, which we read it our damn self, I don't have to go read it again. Maybe I do have to go read it again. I do got it on standby, and I'll pull it up a little later. But the law says the rules of engagement when discharging your firearm is that you should never discharge your firearm if you have the option of getting out of the way. And for some reason, a lot of people are forgetting that when they're saying, oh, well, he was afraid for his life. He was this and that, and she was a professional agitator. Yes, I do believe this woman was a professional agitator, but that still doesn't give her the right to die. It gives her a right to get arrested, but it does not give an officer a right to shoot this woman in the head 3 damn times. I don't give a fuck how you cut it. I don't care how you cut it. But y'all like, well, Earz, damn, why are you saying that she's a professional agitator? Well, they have released a new video, and of course, it was by the Department of Justice who released this new video because, of course, they want to justify their reason. Now, upon this new video, it does give people a different perspective of what this lady really was up to. So without me running my mouth too much, of course, I'm going to run my mouth a lot, but let's look at this video. This is Department of Homeland Security releases video of ICE of Renee Good's action prior to the fatal shooting by ICE in Minneapolis. So y'all, we get to look at another view, and this is a couple of minutes before she actually blocked the road. So let's see what this woman was up to, and we're going to find out a little bit about her. And not saying she deserved to die, but let's definitely look at it from another angle. Was she a paid actor as far as part of a watch group? Now, I'm going to give my opinion about the ICE watch group in a minute, but let's at least look at the footage, to be fair. So what it looked like we looking at right now, y'all, it looked like the ICE agents are on the road or whatever. It looked like we did hear something about them being stuck in the snow or something like that. But we hear somebody's kind of like laying on the horn. So I guess that's probably what they were saying when they're saying that they run around and they try to warn people that ICE is in the area. You know what I'm saying? So I guess that's what's going on right now. We hear somebody laying down on the horn, probably because they're trying to warn people that ICE is in the area. I don't know what's going on here. Is ICE blocking up the road? Because you got people blowing. I see somebody like going in reverse. Like, this shouldn't be legal. Like, y'all are disrupting this neighborhood. Whatever the fuck they doing, they are disrupting the neighborhood. Now, I gotta say that. Oh, okay. That's this bitch blowing the horn. And I know she did or whatever, but, you know, this is bitch activity. You in the middle of the fucking road, blocking off the road, blowing the fucking horn. Do y'all see this shit? What's good, Unity? The woman she went and took her car and put her car in the middle of the road, y'all. And she's blowing the horn, warning anybody that might be, you know, illegal or whatever. She's warning people. Now, I'm not against warning people that the police, we do it all the time in the hood. 12. We do it all the time in the hood. So I'm not against warning people that the police in the hood. But when the police in the neighborhood, ain't no damn way I'm about to try to block the fucking road and blow the horn and tell everybody. I'm not about to make it obvious that I'm trying to stop the police from doing their damn job. I'm not against you doing what you're doing, but I'm against you in the road blocking off traffic and doing something that's obviously going to cause you a whole bunch of attention. I'm just sorry, man. Oh, yeah, she really wilding the fuck out, y'all. She really wilding the fuck out. Yeah, I agree. Ice been on a rampage. And like I said, I don't think she does. She still, I don't care how you cut it. She still don't deserve to die. She still didn't deserve to get, she probably deserved to get arrested. From what she doing, yeah, she might have deserved to get arrested. But what they did to her, there's no way you're going to hear me justify that. I don't care how they try to justify it. I don't feel like that man's life was in danger. I don't feel like she was trying to run him over. None of that bullshit that they trying to say. But she is agitating the police right now. She's in the middle of the road. She's blowing the horn. She's blocking traffic. By regular police, her ass would go to jail. You know what I'm saying? She deserved to go to jail, but nah, she damn sure ain't deserve to die. But it looked like it's not just her in the middle of the road. Do y'all see this van down here? Who van is this? Who van is this? I want to go back a little bit. This ain't her van, is it, y'all? Whose shit is this? Whose shit is this? That ain't her. Y'all, I think I know what it is. Because y'all know how they saying that she was part of a group, and they're trying to say it's a terrorist group. I don't agree. But what I've learned over my research, they do have ICE watch groups. They got people who follow ICE around and record and document what it is that they're doing. Now, do I think that's wrong? Hell no, I don't think that's wrong. Because you got a group of guys that are going around snatching up people, and yes, they should be monitored. Yeah, they should be monitored by the people who we pay taxes to. But being that they got these people and they don't have any type of leash on them, I do think it's an American thing to do to keep your eye on these jokers. Because they could be just snatching up anybody. Anybody can go grab a goddamn some tactical gear, some guns, and some handcuffs and start snatching people off the road. That's what they did in Nazi Germany. We're looking at the type of shit that they were doing in Nazi Germany. We're seeing it happen in America, and people are acting like this is supposed to be okay. You just snatching people off the road, don't have to show no ID, got mask on, and then you just like, oh, sort it out later. You can't call, find out where your people been taken to. I don't care that these people are immigrants. You just don't do inhumane shit like that. At least give people a way to contact their people and keep in contact with their people so they'll know that they're not being kidnapped and taken somewhere where they are being raped or touched or any of that type of stuff like that, because that type of stuff does happen. But I am seeing evidence that this is kind of a coordinated effort of some civilians, I guess you can say, kind of harassing ICE, or, you know, giving people heads up that ICE is in the area and being disruptive to, you know, what they're trying to do. Still doesn't justify a murder, but I can see how it can be aggravating. She is doing the most, y'all. I can't even cap. She's doing the most. But as you can see, she is letting people get by, letting people go by. Now you see her backing up, and as you can see, as she's backing up, I don't even see the guy in front of her. Oh, there you go.
I would say it's like having another producer in the room.
So that was the video of before the actual incident, which I ain't gonna lie, that does tell a lot. It does tell a lot. And of course, we all know what ended up happening. I don't think we have to go through that video again to actually see what actually happened. But we all know what happened after that. So she did instigate the situation, but like I said, it does not cause for her to lose her life. Now, the Department of Homeland Security.
Joining us now,
which is this made up bitch right here. This bitch is actually a demon. You can see it all in her face, in my opinion. They're trying to clean up the mess, y'all. This is the head of Department of Homeland Security, Secretary Kristi Noem. Now, she's going to defend the actions of the agent who shot the woman. So let's just give her a chance to see what it is she actually got to say. say the white privilege got her killed. Hey, that somewhat, because she felt like hell. It can't happen to her because she's a white woman, unfortunately. But when you dealing with a demon, shit, it can happen to anybody. And right now, and the story that the narrative that we're gonna get into today, I'm gonna show y'all why even being a white citizen will not save you. I'm gonna show y'all what's really going on. But before we get into that, let's finish up this portion of the show. So we had Kristi Noem defend the action, and there's a lot of things that they caught her up on a lot of shit. So let's go over this and see what she got to say. And let me go make my coffee real quick. But let's go over this little interview.
Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, former South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem. Thanks so much for being here. We really appreciate it. So it's been 4 days since this incident. The FBI is investigating the circumstances around the shooting. What new have investigators learned?
Well, I would say the FBI can give you the details of the investigation, but what we do know is that this was clearly a law enforcement action where...
That's the problem. The FBI ain't giving us the details of the situation. And they won't allow the state to investigate. They won't work with the state. When have y'all ever seen the feds refuse to work with the state when you have a crime done? Only when something they're trying to cover up. That's the only time they refuse to allow the state and the Fed to work together. Now let my black ass with a, pew pew somebody in broad daylight. And I went across state lines to do it. Oh, the Fed and the state, boy, they'll be working hand in hand. Oh yeah, get this nigga. Here. We got this on that nigga. We got this on that nigga. Yeah. Only now.
The officer acted on his training and defended himself and his life and his fellow colleagues. It's a tragedy that this family has lost a loved one and that our country is dealing with the situation. But that's why we need our leaders to turn down their rhetoric. We need individuals and elected leaders in Minnesota.
No, we need the leaders like the president and the vice president to turn down their rhetoric. Because before this lady's hands was even cold, y'all was calling this lady a domestic terrorist. Y'all said that the officer was in the hospital. He feared for his life. Y'all are telling us not to believe our own two eyes. Just like on January 6th. Which they're going to ask her a question about that, and I can't wait till they get to that. So let me play it.
To start partnering with us so that we can do law enforcement operations on the streets to protect the citizens that live there.
On the matter of partnering, state and local officials in Minnesota are asking to be allowed to participate in the investigation into the shooting alongside the FBI. The Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension said in a statement that they've been denied access to evidence in the case. It is normal in investigations like these to be done with federal officials working in tandem with state and local officials. According to the governor of Minnesota, the mayor of Minneapolis, and the State Bureau of Criminal Apprehensions, DHS is not doing that. Why?
Now, y'all, that is a great question. And I just mentioned that. On any other occasion where you have somebody that did something criminal and it's a regular civilian, the FBI, DHS, if it's a so-called terrorist or whatever, there's never a question or a problem with the state authorities, the DEA, all of that stuff to work hand in hand with the feds. But now all of a sudden, y'all don't want the state to work with y'all on this Fed case. Why? Because the Fed can say, oh, there's nothing here. This is a nothing burger. But the state can say, no, sir. We want to prosecute this person. But being that they're using this as a political game, oh, it's the leftist, it's the right, it's the left, it's the right. No, it's the law. And what they don't want to do, they want to blame it. Oh, because they're Democrats, they're gonna convict this guy. They don't want to look like they can't protect these ICE agents because these ICE agents might not go back out there and do this weird ass thing that they're doing right now. And that's putting the pressure on American citizens because this is not about illegals, y'all. This is about the fear of the American people because it's starting with them. But trust me, it's going to go a little further. And I'm going to show y'all a little later, so y'all make sure y'all stay tuned.
Well, we're following the same protocols that we've always followed in these situations. Nothing's changed. We do our investigations, and the federal government continues to do that with the Department of Justice. So
you don't work with locals?
We do work with locals when they work with us, but on the investigation piece,
y'all ain't gave the folks a chance to work with you. She talking about we work with locals when they work with others. But you took the investigation from these folks immediately. So how do you know they're not going to work with you? So every time that y'all see somebody catch a charge right now and they tell y'all, oh, this person was a terrorist, this person did this, and then you see her name at the bottom to confirm what it is that they're saying about somebody, remember, when somebody's getting accused of something right now, this is the woman that's at the very top that's saying this person is a terrorist, this person is the bad person, this person had this and that. It's either her or Cash Patel that are putting stamps on this shit. And we done seen time after time again that these people are bold-faced fucking liars. They can pretty much snatch anybody up right now and blame them for anything and carry a narrative, and they bold-faced liars. We seen that cross-eyed motherfucker Cash Patel come out and say, oh, well, it ain't nothing in it. But before Trump got elected, oh, we need to find out what's in the Epstein file. Oh, they hide something. He went on Joe Rogan talking about they hide something. But now that he's in office, oh, there's nothing here. There's nothing here. It's bullshit. Now we watching this lady lie right in our fucking face. You don't want to goddamn work with the local authorities because you know you're full of shit. Yes, the lady was very disruptive. That lady should have been snatched out the car and her ass should have been locked up. When she pulled off, that officer should have got his crazy ass out the way. If he would have shot out her tires and made her ass spin, I wouldn't even been mad at that. But you do not just put 3 bullets in a woman's head because you aggravated with her. No. I'm not going for that shit. Her ass deserved to go to jail.
of it, ICE and the Department of Homeland Security have a process and a protocol that we've always followed, and we're doing the same thing in this situation.
But what do you mean you work with them when they work with you? Like,
as far as operations on the ground, we would love that. These sanctuaries.
Yeah, I wasn't just muted right there, was I? I don't think so.
Cities such as Minneapolis are extremely dangerous for American citizens. And Jake, since we've been there, we've arrested dozens and dozens of murderers and rapists.
Did she say the city of Minneapolis? Because it's in your state. Was it a local state officer involved in the investigation? No, it wasn't a local state officer that was involved, but it's in their state, in their jurisdiction. And in most situations, if you have a situation that's, you know, especially if you didn't tap in with that state, if it's just they feel like it's a cold-blooded murder, and I get what you're saying, Lion Locks. It was with a federal agent, and they should, you know, investigate it. But if you feel like it's a crime in your state, it still should be a joint investigation, in my opinion. And like they say, most of the time, it's no problem. There's no problem most of the time. So who has the president? Both, because a state still has control over their laws. Just like they say, hey, we're gonna let the states control their laws. A state still has control over their state. Like that's still their jurisdiction. And usually they ask for help from the federal government if they don't have enough resources.
Individuals who have assaulted children and.
But the fact that she just said, hold on, let me rewind that back just a little bit. I'm sorry, y'all. Did she just say Minneapolis is a dangerous city? That might be one of the safest cities in the country.
Like,
as far as operations on the ground, we would love that. These sanctuary cities such as Minneapolis are extremely dangerous for American citizens. And Jake, since we've been there, we've arrested dozens and dozens of murderers and rapists, individuals who have assaulted children and sodomized them. We just released a whole list of individuals just in Minnesota that we've arrested since we've surged personnel there, and it's incredible. So we would love it if the Minneapolis Police Force and the governor and the state police department would partner with us to help us do this work.
What about?
But you're saying you want them to partner with you, but you're kicking them out of the investigation. Which one is it? Because like you just said, Lion Locks, it's a federal situation, right? But see, when they're saying they need to pick up all these people, but you don't want to work with the state government. You saying they're a sanctuary city. They ain't sanctuary to murderers and rapists and all that. Now, they do believe that everybody should have a chance to go through the process without getting harassed. There's nothing wrong with that. Said Minneapolis is not one of the safest cities. I mean, compared to most of the major cities. Okay, let's just name a lot of major cities right now. You tell me if Minneapolis is more dangerous than the major cities I'm about to name. Let's start with Atlanta. Is Minneapolis more dangerous than Atlanta? I don't think so. Is Minneapolis more dangerous than Washington, D.C.? I don't think so. Is Minneapolis more dangerous than L.A.? I don't think so. Is Minneapolis more dangerous than Dallas? I don't think so. Is Minneapolis more dangerous than Houston? I don't think so. Is Minneapolis more dangerous than, let's see, Chicago? I don't think so. So, I mean, that's at least 10 right there. You know what I'm saying? So, at least they ain't in the top 10 dangerous cities. I don't even think they would be in the top 20 dangerous cities. I probably could name 10 more dangerous cities than Minneapolis. That's all I'm saying. When I was in Minneapolis, I felt that I might get fucking, that shit felt gay as a motherfucker, to be honest. I felt kind of safe. I felt like I might get goddamn fucking yagged to fucking death. That's about it. That's all I'm saying. I'm definitely more on my P's and Q's in Atlanta than I am in a damn Minneapolis or in LA or Chicago or shit, even New York, even though New York not that bad anymore because I feel safe in New York because there's so many fucking cameras everywhere. But
partnering when it comes to the investigation because Minnesota and Minneapolis say they're being denied access to information and this took place in their streets.
You know, the investigation's happening at the Department of Justice. I run the Department of Homeland Security, and I really will continue to follow the same process that this administration has in place, but also the same process that the last administration did. It's always been the same. Nothing's changed in this process, and we'll make sure that not only do our law enforcement have the opportunity to get the training they need, that they have the support and the backup on the streets that they need, but they also recognize that when a tragedy like this happens, that we'll do the right thing.
But now this kind of brings me back to my situation with ICE. And remember I told y'all I tried to call the regular police. And they was like, motherfucker, you interfering with a federal investigation. They kind of shut that shit down. So Lion Laws, you do got a kind of a point that if they want to, they could shut it down, but I don't see why. Only seem like the only time they don't want to work with them is when they feel like they might be wrong. That's what I'm saying. Because if I would have did something to one of them, they would have took all the help they could from the regular police.
Officials are saying that the Trump administration, I understand that you're saying that it's the Department of Justice, not DHS. But officials are saying the Department of Justice is not working with them. Should they be working with the locals?
You know, I would say that these locals, if you look at what Governor Walz has said, if you look at what Mayor Fry has said.
So she's saying that you should be working with the locals, but being that their political affiliation, they're not going to work with them. Now, do we want to stay in a country where people are trying to make it like just because of your political affiliation, you need to overlook what the law says? Because the law has guidelines about discharging a firearm from an officer that they clearly violated. I mean, rules that they made themselves. Do I need to pull up those rules again?
They've extremely politicized and inappropriately talked about the situation on the ground in their city. They've inflamed the public. They've encouraged the kind of destruction and violence that we've seen in Minneapolis the last several days, and I would encourage them to grow up, get some maturity, act like people who are responsible, who want people to be safe, and the right thing be done. When you use the kind of language that you use against law enforcement officers, they lose their credibility.
You've also been criticized for your comments. The shooting.
But think about a world where you can't even question a so-called officer of the law that just walks by and pow, pow, pow. My life was at risk. I mean, yes, it was a scary situation, but this is a person that's supposed to be trained to do what the DHS says to do. The rules of engagement when discharging a firearm. If you have the option of getting the fuck out the way, get the fuck out the way. That's what it says. I'm not making that up. That's not my opinion. And she knows this because he's about to read it to her right now.
We should note, was Wednesday at 10:37 a.m. Eastern. Just over 2 hours later, the Department of Homeland Security put out a statement definitively asserting what had happened, defending the ICE agent.
Line locks, bro. You got to stop that, bro. You got to stop that. I get it, bro. You right wing, whatever it is, but we literally you need me to pull it up again? Well, he's about to read it anyway. It says it right there in the Department of Homeland Security. It says it right there in the Department of Justice. The rules of engagement of discharging a firearm. Let's take away if the woman is white, black, purple, or green. Yes, the woman was breaking the law by fleeing. That does not give a person the right to take your life. That's the bottom line, sir. Where do y'all get so desensitized that y'all think the mere fact of a person breaking the law deserves their life taken? When we get into that state, that's when there's a problem. Get your ass thrown in jail, maybe get a little ass whooping. Hey, it is what it is. I'm okay with that. But to literally execute somebody, bro, that is a slippery slope. And that's what a lot of y'all are not getting. And then y'all are accepting it from the people who have the ultimate power over our life. Y'all are giving the people who have this power over our life more power by telling them, hey, yeah, it's okay to kill us if we act up a little bit. What? Come on, bruh.
Accusing Renee Good of domestic terrorism. That's a characterization that you reiterated in a press.
And I agreed that she was a instigator. She is with this group that's, you know what I'm saying, that's trying to watch the police and, you know, they're trying to disrupt stuff and all that. Yes. If they want to hit them with a fucking Rico or something, cool. But executing motherfuckers on the streets and y'all are saying, y'all are giving them the pass for that, that's just the start. Yeah, shoot the tires out. Something like, come on, bro. There's y'all are trying to say, oh, these people are in fear for their life. These folks are going through training. These folks are going through 6 month, a year training and shit to learn how to handle situations like this. Where is the common sense to say, don't go get in front of the fucking car? We watched the man walk all the way around the back part of the car and then walk all the way to the front of the car like you don't know that this lady potentially is going to flee. Where's the accountability for you just jumping your dumb ass in front of the car? Instead of caring about your own safety. So, and I got a video too. Y'all know I got a video to back up what the fuck I'm about to talk about. It's been a known practice for years of these people getting in the way of the car to justify them to shoot someone. And I'm going to show y'all that. This ain't the first time this shit happened. So having this happen on a numerous occasion, because you know when shit like this happen, people start digging. So wait till we get to that part of the show where we see the tactic of how they use this tactic overseas, how it's been trained. And then where are these people that are doing this stuff? Where are they being trained at? Y'all know where he was trained at? Anybody want to guess where this officer was trained at? Let's take a guess. Anybody who want to guess where this officer was trained at? Oh man, we about to go down the rabbit hole today. You got it, R&B. You got it. These ride police, these people that are taking your life, they're not trained in America. They're not getting trained with American fucking morals and shit. They're not getting trained to give a fuck about an American. They're getting trained right now, and they're trying to get you trained for them to be able to go through the streets, snatch up whoever the fuck they want to, and goddamn you shut the fuck up. Say something wrong about the president, watch your ass get snatched up. They just starting with the immigrants right now. But once they get your ass so comfortable where you can't say shit about what they do and everything they do is justified, ain't gonna be too long to you say the wrong fucking thing, your ass out in the grocery store, and you get snatched up by some motherfucking masked men and all that shit, and everybody act like they ain't see it. Oh, he must have been an immigrant. He must have talked shit about Trump. They trying to get people comfortable with this shit. This is what they do in Russia. This is what they do in North Korea. This is what they do in fucking Nazi Germany. Keep playing. It's okay. She was an agitator. Well, I'm fine with that now. Long as it's somebody you don't like, you okay with it. No, I've been said it's not legal. But when something is illegal, you go to jail. You don't get executed. That's the difference. Disobeying a direct order does not order an execution. No, sir. I can't. I know. Does not order execution. It orders your ass to go to jail. Disobeying a direct order by an ICE officer, that is illegal. Your ass should go to jail. Yes, you should not get executed. No. There's no way you can convince me execution is warranted for disobeying a damn officer.
Conference. Half an hour later, now Republican Senator Thom Tillis said, quote, "It was very unusual to have a senior law enforcement official to draw a conclusion about an event where the scene was still being processed. Generally speaking, law enforcement would recognize that a life was lost, that families are changed forever, the shooter's life will change forever. We're collecting video. We're trying to assess the situation." Why did you not wait for an investigation before making your comments?
Well, everything that I've said has been proven to be factual.
Not true. Facts are based by evidence. And how did you have the evidence if 2 hours hadn't even passed? You haven't even seen all the angles. So this is the person that's giving, like when we see a story about something, this is the person that's giving the final, hey, you got to believe me. Is she believable? Like they could tell you anything to justify you being fucked up. I never said it was legal. Lion lost, bro. Are you okay? Where did I say what she did is legal? I done said over and over and over what she was doing was illegal. It doesn't warrant an execution. Do you understand that part? It does not warrant an execution. And from the DOJ, their self, they say you do not discharge a firearm just because a person is in a vehicle. They have to have another weapon outside of that. And you have to have only if you don't have the option of getting out the way. And he literally had the option of getting out the way because 2 of his shots came from the side. They didn't come from in front of her. All of his shots literally came from him reaching in front. So they wasn't directly in front of her, bro. Like, what kind of, that's crazy. All right, bro, you okay? Are you okay? What makes you want to see blood from anybody? I know we all be, pro-black and all that stuff, but really? So how many shots did he shot the lady? He shot the lady 3 times, right? If he was such in danger, if he was directly in front of her, why is it that 2 of his shots came from the side, from out of through the window? Can you answer that? Can you answer that? No, you can't. Not with a good justifiable reason. Cause that tells you, and you can look at the video 1,000 times. I showed it 1,000 times while you were sitting, and I think you're just trying to slow up the show just by even doing that. But we showed it 1,000 times of the man's feet on the side of the tires as he was shooting the woman. The DOJ say if you can get out the way, you can get out the way. It's plain and simple, bro. Nobody should be executed for breaking a minor law. Go your ass to jail like everybody else. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the woman didn't break the law. I just showed a video of the woman being a part of some kind of group, and I agree. This woman is part of a group that is disrupting the ICE. Now, I agree there probably should be groups that keeps eyes on these ICE, but they shouldn't interrupt them. They shouldn't do things like block the road and all that extra shit she was doing. Her ass should have went to jail. They could have easily locked her ass up. They could have easily blocked her car and locked her ass up. If your policing is executing people, that's the type of policing we don't need. That's the bottom line.
The truth. This administration wants to operate in transparency. I have the responsibility as the Secretary of Homeland Security to know this information as soon as possible. Had just been in Minneapolis the day before, had already had conversations with officers on the ground and supervisors, and knew the facts, and decided that the department and the people of this country deserve to know the truth of the situation of what had unfolded in Minneapolis.
But with all due respect, Secretary, the first thing you said was, quote, what happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow. Correct. Because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and rammed them with her vehicle.
They say the woman attempted to attack them and rammed them with the vehicle. That's not what happened. The woman was fleeing.
Eve to me is basically.
She definitely was fleeing. She definitely was
You can do whatever you want.
She definitely was interfering with a federal investigation. But if you got to lie just to justify execution, nah, I can't trust this look right here. Nah, I don't trust these eyes here. No. I'm surprised some of y'all are trusting these eyes.
That's not what happened. We all saw what happened.
It absolutely is what happened. Those officers had been out in enforcement action. A vehicle had been stuck. They had come to help get that vehicle out. That's when this individual started blocking traffic for minutes and minutes.
You said that the woman attacked them and surrounded them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle.
Blocked the road for a long time and was yelling at them and impeding a federal law enforcement investigation. And that's what you need to focus.
That's not attacking you. That's not ramming the vehicle to you. That's not none of that, though. She just switched it from the lady was blocking, yelling out stuff and all that. Okay, all that can be illegal. That's all lock-up-able offenses. None of that is execution offenses.
On Jake is they were breaking the law by impeding and obstructing a law enforcement operation. They were breaking the law already, and these officers were doing their due diligence and what their training had prepared them to do to make sure they were handling it appropriately.
You said within hours of her being killed, you said that she was a domestic terrorist. How do you define domestic terrorist?
She weaponized her vehicle to conduct an act of violence against a law enforcement officer and the public.
How can
as they are doing that,
how can you assert with?
So that's a domestic terrorist. I need y'all to remember that. I need y'all to remember that. I need all of y'all people that are justifying that you should execute somebody because they broke the law, because that's what y'all are pushing. And this is a scary moment when you seeing people justifying that you should be executed because you don't follow the law. You don't follow a law that they just made up a couple of years ago. You should be executed. That's what Americans are telling you right now, y'all. We're living in a scary time. When they're saying you should execute somebody if they don't comply. Oh, but no, don't do it if we like them though. Because guess what? Let's take a little small detour, y'all. Line locks. And whoever else that's in here that think that she should have been executed because she didn't comply. I want to show y'all something real quick. And I need y'all to let me know, are these people complying and should all of them got their head blown off?
You can hear it right here. That's me screaming.
Okay, hold on. Let's make sure we playing this. Hold up. Yeah, I just want to check. I just want to check y'all people temperature real quick, man. I want to see y'all where y'all moral compass is at. All right. See where y'all moral compass is at. Okay, let me know when y'all see somebody that should get executed in this video or that done did worse than what that lady did.
Because the guy in the striated sweater thing is reaching underneath my visor and trying to gouge out my eye with his thumb.
The January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol was an act of rioting, looting, and mass political violence. President Trump wants you to believe a different story. One pro-Trump writer, who's been invited to the Trump Justice Department,
and get them outside. Yep. This is the first time I realized, how big that crowd was. I mean, it was just... Do
you see these people? These are officers. These are police officers. Are these people domestic terrorists? I'm just checking. I just want to make sure we're talking on the same level of domestic terrorists. Are any of these line locks? Please let me know, sir. I appreciate the interaction. Because, these are people of law enforcement. None of these people complied. None of these people complying.
Much of this.
And guess what? They could have shot every last one of these people. They could have executed every single one of these people. Why none of them?
and they're yelling, "Join us."
Yeah, a lot of them thought that they would just walk up and say, "We're here to stop the steal," and we'd immediately be best friends and walk into the Capitol hand in hand and arrest Congress or whatever they thought. But it's not the way things turned out.
Damn, none of these people are domestic terrorists, huh?
And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Our exciting adventures and boldest endeavors have not yet begun. My fellow Americans, for our movement, for our children, and for our beloved country. And I say this, despite all that's happened, the best is yet to come.
January 6, 2021, 1:10 p.m., former President Trump ended his speech.
Down there, already at the doorstep.
George didn't win them all, but he won the important one.
Declaring a riot.
Believe the election that just occurred, quote, was rigged. because President Trump told us.
I might add.
Jesus Christ, we invoke your name. Amen. Amen.
You telling me this ain't a federal building? This you say, are they ICE officers? I mean, this is the United States Senate. This is a government building. This is where democracy is built. This is where the country was founded at. All right, so I know you trolling. I'm not even gonna take you serious no more. None of these people are domestic terrorists. Every one of these people, every single one of these people that beat up police officers, yes, all of these are police officers. No, they're not ICE. They're real police. They're not people with, they're not people that you can't identify. These are real police. Yeah. Real people. These are real people who life would have probably got taken. These folks said, hang my pit. Look at this poor black guy. Look at the poor black guy. Why he just ain't start blowing people's head off? Could he have started blowing people's head off right now? That would have been, easier, right? Why sit here and run from these people? Why not just pull out your gun and pow, pow, back up, bitch, pow, pow, pow. Y'all trying to motherfucking hurt a police officer. Pow, pow, pow. Why not just do that? Why not the police officer just start shooting people? Are these not any kind of domestic terrorists? Are you telling me there's nothing wrong with what they're doing right now? Exactly. Do y'all see what's going on right here, y'all? Y'all see what's going on right here? But anyway, back to what she's saying. Now look at this poor black man running for his life. This is not a movie. This is real life.
These people have no weapons.
It's not like it's a siege. It doesn't seem. It seems like they are protesting, but.
Oh, it's not a siege. It seems like they're protesting. Oh, look at the news. Look at who the news. It's but right now when you see the people in Minnesota, you gotta send the whole fucking goddamn what they call it, the National Guard. Trump just sent 1,000 National Guard to Minneapolis for a woman getting executed. But right here, he didn't see none of this. The nigga was right across the street. Was right across the street. Ain't seen none of this. We're not supposed to believe our own two eyes, people. And they've brainwashed so many of our fellow Americans, people that are right beside us. They have brainwashed them so much that they're actually advocating for their own rights, their own freedom of life to be taken away. While they allow the people who probably, the fucking ancestors of the people who probably was happy to bring us on the ship when they brought us on the fucking ship. Because you can't tell me now one person in that crowd would be friendly to a motherfucker like me that if I came through that crowd. That is crazy. This boy say comparing ICE officers to non-ICE officers. No, I'm comparing police to police, crime to crime, domestic terrorists to domestic terrorists. I'm showing what a real domestic terrorist is. I'm showing you what the law is, and you're just trying to justify somebody getting shot in the head. Why? Because they're a white lesbian, or because they said, hey, that's what you should do. You should shoot somebody in the head because they ain't listen to you. Well, what about all these people that didn't listen to the police that said, please don't rush in here. Please don't come in here and cause millions of dollars of damages. Please don't interrupt our democracy. Please don't beat up all our police officers.
They're clearly pushing back by some of the barricades.
Wow. I don't think is this domestic terrorism? Breaking into a federal building. Remember, every one of these people, every single one of them got parted. Wow, you got people running around talking about, well, that lady should have lost her life. She didn't abide. She didn't obey. She broke the law. Do y'all see what kind of world we living in, y'all? I'm serious.
Open the doors. You made it. We out here, son.
Why did you come here?
Because President Trump told us we had something big to look forward to, and I believe that Vice President Pence was going to certify the electoral votes or not certify them, but I guess that's just changed, correct? And it's a very big disappointment. I think there's several 100,000 people here that are very disappointed, but I still believe President Trump has something else left.
Yeah, we should say that, as we're saying it's peaceful, we're seeing the images on the outside. We are having a couple of reports of people being injured in this breach of the security.
Oh! This is 2021, y'all. This is insanity. Holy shit. What is this? What is life? What is life right now?
I agree with them. What is life right now? Look at these poor officers. They got guns. They could just start going around shooting everybody in the head, right? You're right. I'm beating a dead horse. But for some reason, where's the? I don't know. Yeah, you're right. Let's get back to the woman sit here and act like she don't see that. I'm just amazed that our fellow black men don't even see this. I can see about those, tobacco spitting rednecks that they looking at it as, hey, we white supremacy. We want y'all to be scared. But I don't understand why our black brothers are. I'm disappointed. I'm so disappointed that they are really propering up these devils. I'm so disappointed.
Certainty that she was trying to hurt the officer as opposed to she was trying to flee the scene.
If you look at what the definition of domestic terrorism is, it completely fits the situation on the ground. This individual, as you saw in the video that we released just 48 hours after this incident, showed that this officer was hit by her vehicle, she weaponized it, and he defended his life and those colleagues around him and the public.
The question is, I don't doubt, my position is, I wasn't there. I didn't see it. Some people say that it clearly showed that she was trying to hit him and did. Some people say, no, she was clearly trying to move her car and flee and get away. I don't know. What I'm saying is, how do you know? How can you assert for a fact within hours before any investigation, this is what happened?
The facts of the situation are that the vehicle was weaponized and it attacked the law enforcement officer. He defended himself and he defended those individuals around him. That is the definition. When there is something that is weaponized to use against the public and law enforcement, that is an act of domestic terrorism. It happened in our shores. It happened here in our country. You don't get to change the facts just because you don't like them. We will continue to look.
Now, when she says that, well, how did you get to change the facts for the people on January the 6th? That's what's fucking us all up, y'all. And when we have people that won't ask that question, we in trouble, y'all. If we got Americans that will not sit right here and say, okay, if that's true, keep it across the board. Keep it across the board. You pardon 1,500 motherfuckers that beat up cops? Oh, it wasn't ICE. What, nigga? Really? You're right. It wasn't nothing but 800,000 slaves, but think about it. Okay, but you multiply that with all the fucking kids that get made out of that, then how many slaves do you have? How many descendants of them do you have? And then that's just America. South America is, I mean, people, we've been treated like shit around the world. It don't matter where the fuck you at. And the reason I think they treat melanated people like shit, because I think they feel like we the Anunnaki. That's just in my opinion. They feel like they the divine one. Some of these motherfuckers know that they come from the fucking fallen ones. They know who they is. A lot of us just don't know who the fuck we is. The most valuable thing in this world is fucking knowledge. It ain't a damn dime. It ain't no fucking gold. It ain't nothing. It's your fucking energy and the knowledge of it in your consciousness. They know that. We were already here. Who is we? Who the fuck is we? I wasn't here. I came down here to maybe help y'all niggas, but I wasn't here. Shit, how about we? Them folks wasn't from here. It was somebody here, but it wasn't we. Y'all believe that bullshit like you want to. That motherfucking history don't say we was here. It say them fucking Neanderthals was here. The Negroids was here. Which one are you? And it says they created a whole new human being. That's what the fucking text say. Everybody want to believe in the book and the text and all that. Okay, let's believe in what the fuck the text say. The text say a motherfucking being came down here. It's not fucking God. It's just a more of an advanced being. And he made y'all motherfuckers out of the bullshit that was already here. And that wasn't no smart fucking being. That wasn't no Superman, no nothing special about the motherfucker. Somebody made him in the image and they fucking made you as a damn slave. What text? Go to any text. Go to your Bible. Go to the Sumerian tablets. Go to the book of Enoch. Go to the book of John, book of James. Go look at Jesus' brother. Every fucking book says the same shit. Or y'all want to ignore that part?
Look at this individual and what her motivations were. We know that there was, throughout that morning, she had harassed and impeded law enforcement operations. That raises the suspicion level with all of these law enforcement officers as far as paying attention to what her capacity is. And as you see on the videos, and they've proven out, that this law enforcement officer took the action that his training prepared him for, and he worked to make sure that he could save his own life and those around him.
How can you assert that there's no ambiguity in this before any investigation has taken place?
I had just been in Minneapolis and had been with those officers, had seen what they were facing on the streets every day, and had talked to their supervisors as soon as the incident happened and had gotten the facts and seen videos before I ever went to talk at that press conference. And
so she's telling us her facts is bigger than everybody else's facts in the country. Us looking at that shit right there. And because we're supposed to have so much integrity in those officers that don't want to send one of their fellow officers to jail because they might be the next one. So if you ask 1 million people right now, was this murder or was this police work? I guarantee you it will always be a 80-20 split. When have we become a society where the fucking the fucking minority decides the fucking laws, that decides what's true or not? someone telling us, don't believe your eyes. Don't believe your eyes. Man, we see the lady wheels turn. We heard you tell the lady to get the fuck out of there. And yes, we see her ass need to go to fucking jail. But you do not execute somebody for fucking pulling off. You ain't gonna convince me that? No way, shape, or form. Unless you're trying to insert a police state.
The Trump administration and President Trump is the most transparent.
No, you don't know about Musa. But the thing about it, you're still idolizing idols. Nigga, Musa wasn't the first motherfucker on the planet. You niggas brain won't go past, you keep going back in history. You think life started with a fucking Musa, with a damn Musa? Y'all niggas happy because it was a black man that was rich? So the fuck what? We're talking about the origin of mankind. And y'all niggas talking about a nigga through the fucking history of mankind that was rich. And that tickles y'all feather because somebody was rich and they was black. Who gives a fuck? But then y'all want me to read a book and believe in these idols and shit. What? I'm just saying, we talked about, okay, all the scriptures that y'all go by to this day, it tells of beings, not individual people. You got motherfuckers that rule for fucking 60,000 fucking years. What about all them people? You telling me you're talking about Musa, but you ain't talking about all these fucking kings and all the history that's been written on these walls for hundreds of thousands and millions of years? That's what I'm talking about. Now we can go to the history and we can pick whatever our favorite stories is. We can go pick whatever our favorite stories is. That's fine. But whatever religion y'all want to tell me about, they all have the same source. All have the same source. And different people through the different times, they learned to manipulate the things of the earth every single time. Some people are just wiser than others. Some motherfuckers been reincarnating for fucking forever and fucking just doing this shit. According to the text. Shit.
An open government that we've ever had. Give the public the information, give them what they need to know about a situation so they can have the truth as soon as possible.
So if this agents were perfectly fine, if everything he did was accurate, does that mean that other ICE agents should
He
look
wasn't
at what...
perfectly fine. He was injured. He went to the hospital.
No,
He
his
was
actions
treated.
were fine. I didn't say...
In fact, I think a lot of people and guests and even you yourself called this situation something very different and untruthful about what it was as far as...
What did I say that was untruthful?
That this was not a correct definition of what was happening on the ground.
I said that your description, they were attempting to push out their vehicle and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with their vehicle is not what we see on the videotape, and it's not.
It absolutely is the facts of what happened on the ground that day. They were there pushing out a vehicle earlier. They had helped each other.
But that's not what you said.
You see how she had just threw that in? They were there pushing out a vehicle earlier. What that got to do with the situation?
That's not what you said.
Yes,
they were pushing out a vehicle.
Absolutely what I said. There's not one thing.
We all seen the video. I don't need to relitigate it. We've all seen the video. She is blocking the street. They approach her.
You haven't seen the video of the entire morning and the previous encounters with this individual.
Oh, we have aired it. Yes, we have. On Thursday, we were airing and noting the fact that she was there for several minutes. For minutes and minutes and minutes, she was protesting without question.
And at previous locations that morning, that these vehicles had been previously down the block on video that you haven't seen. There's more information
but
that this individual was impeding law enforcement operations throughout the previous moments. And
none of this is justification to execute someone, just to remind y'all. Because right now we're hearing justification to execute somebody.
hours before
the question is, what was she doing when she was moving her car?
The question
That's the question.
Is why are we arguing with a president who's working to keep people safe? Why are we arguing?
Why are we arguing with a president to keep people safe, but people getting their head blown off? Is that keeping people safe? Somebody make that make sense where you feel like the police could potentially kill you because they can deem that you broke the law, but they won't prove. I mean, they could deem that you are wrong if you obstruct the law, break the law, but they can do the same thing and still live. You get to pick and choose who get to live and who get to die from, not following the law. Who should care about that?
With law enforcement operations that have gone on in this country for years, and we're working to collect murderers and rapists and drug traffickers and fraudsters off the streets of Minnesota, and we don't have local law enforcement and local elected officials that are partnering with us to help do that work. Overwhelmingly, the people in this country said they wanted America to be safe again, that they didn't want dangerous criminals on our streets.
Yeah, but we wanted all those dangerous criminals that stormed the Capitol, because a lot of them turned out to be murderers, rapists, child abusers, and everything that she just named. And that's a fact. If we could go through the list of all the people that got pardoned, who stormed that Capitol, who should have been deemed domestic terrorists. If everything that she's saying true, those people who did what they did right here, these people right here, let's not forget about these people. Let's go back and look at the real criminals, right?
I would encourage the elected leaders in that city and in that state to work with us so that we can do our operations.
It was going to cause more of a disruption to get him out of that tree,
and
whether or not to leave them up there. So sometimes they do give people a little bit of deference.
DHS policy authorizes use of deadly force only, quote, when no reasonably effective, safe, and feasible alternatives appears to exist. Could he not have just gotten out of the way?
This individual and this officer is a highly experienced law enforcement.
Hold on, say that again. You paying attention right here, Line Locks? Pay attention right here. Is it okay for the Department of Justice to go against their own policy? Because if that becomes okay, what will stop them from saying, okay, what can stop people from putting us in slavery right now? What can stop a motherfucker from saying we bringing slavery back? I'm just being, hypothetical. What you gonna say? Oh, because it's in the law that what it is? Which amendment is it? I forgot. Whatever the fuck amendment is supposed to be in the law, and they just say fuck that amendment. We say, bitch, you going to work in the motherfucking goddamn field. Well, there ain't gonna be no cotton field. They got plenty of work for your ass to do now for free. So if we could just, at the drop of a dime, say whatever the fuck it is we want to do with your ass, we execute you. Which one you want to do? There's a lot of countries that operate like that. Yeah, a lot of slaves went to Brazil, or South America.
And people that are conducting and perpetuating the kind of violent rhetoric that we're seeing today.
DHS policy authorizes use of deadly force only, quote, when no reasonably effective, safe, and feasible alternatives appears to exist. Could he not have just gotten out of the way?
This individual and this officer is a highly experienced law enforcement officer.
Now, that don't even make no sense. If he's a highly experienced law enforcement officer, he would have got the fuck out the way. That's what an experienced law enforcement officer, he would have used his gun responsibly. That's what an experienced law enforcement officer would have did. And there's thousands of ex-law enforcement officers that agree with me. I don't have to be a law enforcement officer. But most law enforcement officers Agree.
He has years of training and specialized training for these types of situations.
I wonder where he got his training from. I wonder where he got his training from.
We're grateful that he's alive. It's a tragic situation, and we're going to continue to work on the investigation into the individual and find out what the motivations were behind her actions that day.
We're grateful that, that he's alive, too. I want to play this moment from the officer's cell phone video.
It's so easy to become a podcast.
Yeah, we're going to play the shit from the man's cell phone video. They're going to play that. Just the audio, though.
This is number 7, folks.
Get out of the car. Oh! Fucking bitch.
Is that Agent Ross's voice calling Renee Good a fucking bitch?
I can't determine which one it is, but it could be, sir.
In June of last year, Agent Ross had his arm pinned in the back window of a car as an undocumented immigrant who was a criminal drove away from a traffic stop. It dragged him about 100 yards. Here's what Vice President Vance said about the incident this week.
That very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile?
If this is relevant, first of all, it's horrible that that happened. If it's relevant, which the Vice President seems to think it is, do you think this understandably very traumatic event that this officer went through last June might have influenced, as the Vice...
You said how you get away from the front of the car that's turned the way you're walking? Well, you get away from it the same way he got away from it. Yeah. He literally didn't even have to do too much to get... He didn't have to dive out the way, none of that shit. He was able to step to the side and execute 3 perfect shots without even stumbling and walk away without even a limp. Not even so much as rubbing his hip like, damn, oh shit, that hurt. Nothing. So you're asking a question of how do you move, the way he moved. That shows that you wasn't in danger, because you would have still got hit. Just because you shot some shots, you still would have got hit. So it makes no sense. It makes no sense. You still gonna get hit. If a person about to hit you and you ain't got no choice but to shoot them, if you shot them, did that stop them from hitting you? No. It don't even make fucking sense. And y'all will justify some shit that don't even make fucking sense. Get in front of a car right now while it's running, coming straight at you, and start shooting at it and see if it makes a difference. No, that bitch still gonna hit you. The fuck is y'all talking about? Soon as he shot her, she was dead. After the first shot, she was dead. So whatever way her wheels was turning, that's the way it stayed turning. That's why she crashed out immediately. The fuck do y'all be looking at? This shit is crazy. These folks really done put some kind of fucking shit in y'all motherfucking goddamn air or something. I don't know what the fuck y'all seeing. This is a mass brainwashing. Listen to this shit.
Vice President is suggesting happened, how he responded.
Now, there's no indication to that, but the facts are is that we've seen vehicles weaponized over 100 times in the last several months against our law enforcement officers. So they
Nah, I don't doubt that. I definitely don't doubt that. But I still can't not hold you to professional accountability just because you got a dangerous job. You should be putting more professionalism in that, but at the same time, when these people are going over here overseas to get trained, They're getting trained to kill. They're not getting trained to be Americans and deal with Americans.
Definitely know that the threat is real, that individuals who are trained by activists to go out and to impede their law enforcement operations will weaponize their vehicles and try to run them over and drag them and not stop. So they
And that's understandable, but this is not the situation. In that type of situation, it's different. Every situation is different. So why didn't she comply? It doesn't matter why she didn't comply. You don't deserve to get executed because you don't comply. When we start giving permission to get executed because we don't comply, then we're going to become slaves. Because there's going to be a lot of shit you don't comply to. Like I say, I feel like she was breaking the fucking law. I feel like she was part of a group that was harassing ICE. I don't think there's anything wrong with being part of a group that monitors ICE. But doing things of that nature that she was doing, I don't agree with. And if they would have locked her ass up, I would have had no problem with that. But I would never think that it's okay to start using our taxpayer dollars to start paying motherfuckers with masks, unmarked cars, to start snatching up people for one. And if anybody monitor them or disrupt that, to get executed on the streets and get protected by our federal government. Fuck no, I ain't with that shit. As much as I hate to fucking say it, no, I don't even hate to fucking say it. The more and more shit I start to see, the more and more I start looking back at some of the old Alex Jones shit. Alex Jones, I'm starting to realize, has been right for a long fucking time. And I'm going to show y'all why. We going to get into it.
certainly go into these situations with that knowledge that that could happen, and that's what their training prepares them for.
What evidence are you looking at?
And y'all, what she just said, what I'm about to show y'all in a minute now, it's going to make way more sense. And the more and more you find out what's going on, you're going to realize what these people say they really fucking mean. But it's decoded. You got to decode that shit. But it's some whole nother sinister shit. See, y'all done forgot about the NWO. We done got so distracted, people forgot about the New World Order that's coming. The one world government. The all-seeing eye. The change up of the currency. The away with the dollar. The meta-human. The motherfucking robot human. Don't worry about it. We're going to go down the rabbit hole.
That so many other people around the country look at, and they say, it looked to me, her tires were turned to the right, she was moving her car, and they see a woman trying to flee. You say she was trying to kill the officer. No investigation has happened. Why are you so certain that your interpretation is the truth when an investigation hasn't even happened?
Jake, I'm watching the videos.
Other people are
I'm talking
watching
to officers.
the videos
I'm getting
and
the
coming
facts.
to a different conclusion.
Everything that we've stated as the Department of Homeland Security in this administration has been factual. And I wish we would talk factually about what we see every day from these protesters, what they do, what they say, how they chant over and over, kill ICE, attack law enforcement, how they're trained to perpetuate violence against them and to stop the work that they do every day. Each of these law enforcement officers takes an oath to protect this country and uphold the law. They go out every day and enforce the laws of this country to keep people safe. So these individuals that are out there harassing them while they do that work, doxing their identities, threatening them and their families, it's unacceptable. And that's why President Trump is so strong in supporting their operations in all of these cities.
The officer appeared to have fired.
Well, why he didn't do the same thing for January 6th? If Trump kept it across the board, cool. That'd be my problem. So you see what it really is. It's like on some get down and lay down shit.
3 shots, the first one through the front windshield, the second and third through the side window. What is the justification for the second and third, given that the officer was out of harm's way?
You're watching the same videos that I am, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, correct. What is the justification for the second and third shot?
Yeah, you're watching the same one. So you see how quickly the situation unfolded, how the officer was in front of the vehicle when she sped off, how she ran into him, and how he had to take quick action based on his training to defend himself and his colleagues around him.
Once he's out of harm's way.
That's very clear and factual from the videos that you can see. It's nobody's interpretation. We don't get to change it because we can see it with our eyes and we can build on the evidence that we have on the ground.
Yeah, the question
we don't
is
because the
why
politics doesn't fit somebody and what they're trying to do to continue to defraud people in their city and in their state, continue to take advantage of individuals. And
see, now she's doing some racist shit because she done switched up to start talking about Somalians. They done defrauded people in their city. And then what the fuck they got to do with this man just killing this woman? This is a state attack, y'all. They've been attacking L.A. Because remember, they attacked the L.A. first. Sent the National Guard out there from Texas. Now they in Minneapolis. Now they sending the National Guard out there to Minneapolis. So they couldn't really fuck with California like that because California got deep pockets. You can't send no broke-ass Texas to fucking California. Not no National Guard. So they trying Minneapolis now. They trying New York. They gonna try Denver. Y'all notice the pattern here, right? They probably gonna go try Atlanta. Because Atlanta been purple. Y'all see the pattern here?
to allow criminals.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That's what Mayor Frey and that's what Mayor Governor Walz are doing every day by diverting the attention and trying to attack a law enforcement officer. They're allowing the criminals to go by without examination.
Are you saying that the second and third shots, because you just said it happened very quickly, are you saying the second and third shots?
I said watch the videos and
I'm
watch
asking.
how quickly this unfolded and know that law enforcement officers every day in this country are in difficult situations.
But when we're watching the video, we ain't seeing what she's seeing, and then she telling us that we crazy. So if I do a poll in here right now, I know that there's going to be some people that disagree with what we saw. You know, but there's definitely in every room going to be more people that saw that as something wrong than something right. You don't execute somebody because we can all agree that they was breaking the law. Cool. The consequences for breaking the law, that's where we disagree. I don't think nobody can say she wasn't doing nothing wrong. Yes, she was doing something wrong. But why are we desensitizing the fact that law enforcement are murdering civilians? Whether it's, and then when they start murdering white folks now, black folks, we should be a little concerned. Because they just shot a black man in the back, and hell, this white woman getting shot 3 times, that's overriding the police just shooting a black man in the back. Maybe I'll play that video next.
Where they have to make split-second decisions to protect themselves, the public, and their colleagues, and that they have to rely on their training. That's exactly what this officer did. And I know that the left and I know the crazy activists in this country that are trying to undermine our way of life will attack and try to destroy a law enforcement officer.
I'm asking a question.
It's just unacceptable, and we're not going to let that happen.
I'm asking a question is, when he's out of harm's way, what is the reason for the second and third shot through the window when he is out, he's not in the line of sight of the car?
This investigation will continue to unfold and more information will come forward. But until that comes, what I would appreciate is everybody sticking to the facts of the situation.
That is the fact, though. That's the fact. The man shot 2 more shots even after he was out of the way. And I know, yeah, it's a quick situation, But what you shooting shots was gonna do to stop the person if she truly was trying to hit him with the car, she would have been probably would have turned the car more to the left. Anybody with common sense could see that. But we get real stupid when we want to protect people. Now she can't answer the question.
And recognize that this law enforcement officer took action based on his training.
And what y'all got to do is y'all got to take the white lady that you really don't care about out of the picture and put you there. Put you, your family member or something, if the government decides to take you out, or your loved one, or somebody that you feel like in your family, your friend, yeah, they might not be the best citizen, but let's put them there in that position. Would you accept this bullshit that they're saying if it was you? That's what we have to do as humans. That's what we mean by humanize these situations. Start allowing these demons to brainwash y'all to think that we don't have the right to fucking life. We don't have the right to say, hey, everything you say is not fucking gold. Who the fuck made you God where you can make all the rules and a lot of your rules don't fucking apply to you, but you get to tell me what the fuck to do at every single turn? Now, I'm not saying, again, I'm saying that woman was dead ass wrong in that group that she was in for blocking off the road. She was dead ass wrong for even having this situation. But that does not justify killing civilians because they're breaking the law.
To protect himself and the public.
I'm just waiting for the investigation to come through. I'm wondering if you're not doing a disservice to the officer by reaching a conclusion before the investigation takes place.
I haven't heard you say once what a disservice it's done for Mayor Fry to get up and to tell ICE to get the F out of his city, and AOC to stand up before she had any of the
And like he said, he interviewing him next. Why are you trying to block that out?
facts and call this officer a murderer. For individuals, well, call them out, Jake. Spend as much time calling them out.
Okay.
I have provided you with facts and information to back up every single word that we have said and every single part of this investigation. And if you don't like it, that's fine. But we're going to continue to do the right thing to keep the American people safe.
I know that you'd like to make me the topic of this and not what happened, but I did ask a Democratic senator just a few minutes ago about AOC's comments. And I don't actually even know what you're talking about when I ask questions as if like that's an assertion. It's a question. How can you make a conclusion before an investigation? And there really isn't an answer other than you saw the video. I want to ask a question about the rules of how law enforcement is allowed to engage when feeling threatened, per your assertions. Because I want to show some video to you right now and ask, what is the appropriate response for the police officers in this situation?
If you're a producer who hates AI, this plugin might change your...
So the situation that he about to show her is pretty much the videos of January 6th. Now they're not gonna actually show the video, so again, I will show the video for y'all, since they're not gonna show the video. But he's going to ask her, what is the protocol for shit like this? Hey, y'all, they here beating the hell out of somebody over here.
Officers being physically attacked. By this standard, would any of those officers be justified in shooting and killing the people causing them physical harm?
Every single situation is going to rely on the situation those officers are on, that they know that when people are putting hands on them, when they are using weapons against them, when they are physically harming them, that they have the authority to arrest those individuals.
The president
make sure
pardoned
that they're
every
facing
single one of those people.
consequences and make sure that they're getting justice for their actions going forward.
President Trump pardoned every single one of those people.
And every single one of these investigations comes in the full context.
Did she just say all the people deserve to get arrested? But how many? They don't deserve to get shot in the face. Listen to this answer, y'all. Kind of devil.
For Mayor Fry to get up and to
I'm
tell
interviewing him
ICE
next.
to get the F out of his city, and
I'm interviewing
AOC
him.
to stand up before she had any of the facts and call this officer a murderer.
I just-
For individuals, well, call them out, Jake. Spend as much time calling them out.
Okay.
I have provided you with facts and information to back up every single word that we have said
Mhm.
and every single part of this investigation. And if you don't like it, that's fine. But we're going to continue to do the right thing to keep the American people safe.
I know that you'd like to make me the topic of this and not what happened, but I did ask a Democratic senator just a few minutes ago about AOC's comments, and I don't actually even know what you're talking about when I ask questions as if like that's an assertion. It's a question. How can you make a conclusion before an investigation? And there really isn't an answer other than you saw the video. I want to ask a question about the rules of how law enforcement is allowed to engage when feeling threatened, per your assertions. Because I want to show some video to you right now and ask, what is the appropriate response for the police officers in this situation? Those are law enforcement officers being physically attacked. By this standard, would any of those officers be justified in shooting and killing the people causing them physical harm?
Every single situation is going to rely on the situation those officers are on, that they know that when people are putting hands on them, when they are using weapons against them, when they are physically harming them, that they have the authority to arrest those individuals.
The president
make sure that
pardoned
they're
every single
facing
one of those people.
consequences and make sure that they're getting justice for their actions going forward.
President Trump pardoned every single one of those people.
And every single one of these investigations comes in the full context of the situation on the ground. And that's one thing that President Trump has been so focused on, is making sure that when we're out there, we don't pick and choose which situations are and which laws are enforced and which ones aren't. Every single one of them is being enforced under the Trump administration, and the clarity of the law stands. And if people don't like it, these members of Congress and elected officials should go change the law and make sure they have that debate and policy change.
I just showed you video of people attacking law enforcement officers. Undisputed proof, undisputed evidence. And I just said President Trump pardoned all of them. And you said that President Trump is enforcing all the laws equally. It's just not true. There's a different standard for law enforcement officials being attacked if they're being attacked by Trump supporters. We just saw that.
This individual and these instances and these investigations all have to be taken and done correctly in context of every situation that is happening on the ground. So what we are doing today as the Department of Homeland Security is out there with our law enforcement officers, making sure that we're targeting the worst of the worst and that we're talking factually about each situation and making sure that we're bringing those perpetuators of violence back to justice, bringing them to justice and making sure they face consequences for their crimes. We'd love to have the partnership of Mayor Fry. We'd love to have the partnership of the Chief of Police and of Governor Walz every day when we're out there to make sure they tone down the rhetoric and they do the right thing for the people of Minnesota.
Listen, it's called Connect Team, and it's insane. I don't do schedules or timesheets.
Now that's insane, y'all. I mean, there's really no other way to even explain that. Like, it's crazy that, you know, we listen to that and, you know, just listen to how this woman just, you know, just tell us what we see with our own two eyes. It's just not, don't believe what you see with your own two eyes. But it definitely is a whole bunch, man. It's caused a lot of unrest, especially in Minnesota. But it's kind of going on all around the country right now. So what we're gonna do is we're about to go and look at some videos that I've put together because, you know, a lot of them are things that are going on right now that a lot of people wouldn't really realize. And when I've been speaking on where these people been getting training from and all that stuff like that, let's just get a little glimpse of what's been going on for the last, for about the last 10 to 15 years that has shaped our country lately. You might have not have noticed, but you might have. So I'm gonna help you kind of realize what's been shaping our country lately. Just in case y'all lost a little track of what's been going on.
I'm not going to try to get into the mind of Donald Trump because I don't think there's a whole lot of space there. I think he's a kook. I think he's crazy. I think he's unfit for office. And I'm a Republican and he's not. He's not a conservative Republican. He's an opportunist. He could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and 25 or 30% of the people would still follow him because he gives a voice to their anger and their frustration. But he's not fit to be President of the United States. I'm not going to try to get into.
Now, that's what they were saying before this man got in office. Right? And these same people are now, they're praising him like he's the best thing since sliced bread. Now, here's an unpopular opinion. If you know, don't shoot the messenger, people. Do not shoot the messenger, y'all. Just listen to the message.
Donald Trump intends to use the United States military against American citizens who simply disagree with him. People he calls, quote, the enemy from within. America, this is not a candidate for president who is thinking about how to make your life better. This is someone who is unstable, obsessed with revenge, consumed with grievance, and out for unchecked power. Donald Trump has spent a decade trying to keep the American people divided and afraid of each other. That is who he is. But America, I am here tonight to say that is not who we are. That is not who we are. That is not who we are. You see, what Donald Trump has never understood is that e pluribus unum, out of many, one, isn't just a phrase on a dollar bill. It is a living truth about the heart of our nation. Our democracy doesn't require us to agree on everything. In fact, we like good arguments from time to time. Just think of your own family, right? It's not the American way to not have disagreements. We don't shy away from robust debate. In fact, we like a good debate, don't we? We like a good debate. And the fact that someone disagrees with us does not make them the enemy within. They are family, neighbors, classmates, co-workers. They are fellow Americans. And as Americans, we rise and fall together.
Now, I don't have to agree with her on everything she says, but that is supposed to be the American message. Now, if she would have became president, do I think she would have worked for anybody besides Israel? No, I do not. But, like I say, that's supposed to be the message. Now, let me let y'all hear what the other side thinks, though.
Going to get a third term. So Trump 28. Trump is going to be president in 28, and people just ought to get accommodated with that.
So what about the 22nd Amendment?
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is, but there's a plan. We had longer odds in 16 and longer odds in 24 than we got in 28. And President Trump will be the president of the United States, and the country needs him to be president of the United States. We have to finish what we started. Trump is a vehicle.
Who is we? We have to finish what we started. Say what now? And only Trump could do this?
I know this will drive you guys crazy, but he's a vehicle of divine providence. He's an instrument. He's very imperfect. He's not churchy, not particularly religious, but he's an instrument of divine.
He said he is an instrument of divine. What? Are you serious? He's an instrument of divine prophet? What the fuck plan they got going on? You talking about this motherfucker? Whatever plan this motherfucker got, I don't want nan part of it. Nan fucking part of it. Whatever plan he got going on, I don't want to be a part of it. I'm sorry. Call me whatever the fuck you want to. This shit is amazing.
Divine will, and you could tell this of how he's pulled this off. We need him for at least one more term, right? And he'll get that in 28.
You're not driving me crazy. I'm trying to understand the coherence of the things you've just told me. On the one hand, you've said the Constitution is fit for purpose. Secondly, you've said that President Trump needs another term, even though the 22nd Amendment makes pretty clear that he cannot have another term.
Why does it make that clear?
Because he's in his second term already.
At some point in time, we will make sure we go through Zanny and define all those terms.
But you will be undermining the spirit of that amendment, even if you find some way around it.
If the American people, with the mechanisms we have, put Trump back in office, are the American people tearing up the Constitution? Would that be tearing up?
Well,
would the American?
Yes. Yes. Y'all made the shit and now they want to tear it up and hey, we got different rules. What?
Can people be going against the spirit of the Constitution, ma'am?
I think yes, actually, because I think what you will end up with is a populist justification for a quasi-dictatorship.
That's not true at all. Trump
That's what it sounds like.
It's not. Trump is a dictatorship. Did you just see the compromises he had to make on the big, beautiful bill? You see the compromises he has to do on everything, on accommodating Zelensky, on what President Trump. President Trump is nothing but a series of negotiations to kind of keep this thing rolling forward, where he's having trade-offs all the time.
But Steve, you've just spent the last 20 minutes telling me we have to smash the other side. There's no room for debate. There's no room for compromise. We must smash them. And now you're telling me this is a negotiation. I mean, that's no. I guess that's why it seems to me some kind of tension there.
The only way President Trump wins in 2028 and continues to stay in office is by the will of the American people, okay? And the will of the American people is what the Constitution embodies. And so I think we're going to be in good hands there. We need to finish what we started.
Now, what did they start that they're so adamant on finishing, people? Let's take a little look here.
Start to attack Venezuela and possibly.
Please watch this video.
So we can expect.
So this is just a 2026 prediction.
Civil war in the United States. Then you're gonna have the Americans start to attack Venezuela and possibly other countries in South America. So America is in for a bad time, okay? China, yeah, I mean, Japan and China and India, they're all gonna have conflicts with each other. But also, what we should expect is that America starts to embargo China, meaning America uses its sea power to block China from accessing resources from overseas. And China imports most of its oil and a lot of its food. So if there's a blockade of China, you can expect the Chinese economy to really suffer, okay? All right, and then what we can expect to happen is America at some point will go to war with Iran, and this will destroy both countries.
What are we hearing right now, y'all? And we're about to get into that. I want y'all to pay attention, and I'm about to show y'all evidence of everything that he's saying. Evidence of everything that he's saying. Now, we already know about the Venezuela situation. We got a blockade. We're pretty much, robbing all the oil coming out of that motherfucker. A lot of that shit belong to China. A lot of that shit belong to Russia. A lot of that shit belong to Iran, which is right now squeezing their economy, which is why they over there protesting, going crazy. The same way people over here protesting, going crazy. But we're over here cheering, hoping that we do a regime change over there, hoping that the people overthrow the government, and saying that we're going to intervene if they keep killing their people and protesting. All while we're sending the national troops to Minnesota to most likely, I'm pretty sure there's going to be some people that's probably going to die. We just executed a woman, but we're about to go and fight a war because we feel like a government is dealing with their protesters the way they do. Because they told their protesters, motherfucker, you liable to get the death penalty if you get caught. And they feeling like that there's a lot of CIA agents and everything that are the ones out there doing all the most, fueling. They pretty much the Antifa of Iran, pretty much. They feel like the United States has a lot of agents that are causing chaos, that's driving the protests, because they're telling the Iranian people the reason that our inflation is so high, the reason all the food is so fucked up, because the United States is blocking off all our food. We're protecting you from the United States. They keep fucking bombing every fucking thing. They fucking us up. Israel fucking us up. We're spending all this money on military because Israel and the United States keep fucking us up. And yet we said no new wars, but we bombing the shit out of everything right now.
Okay? Iran will not lose this war, but it won't win this war either because America's just going to bomb the crap out of Iran. It's just going to send Iran back decades. But America will lose this war. But this is important because if America loses this war, it's forced out of the Middle East. And once it's forced out of the Middle East, all its military assets goes to Israel, which creates the Pax Judaica. Yeah, does that?
I need y'all to keep that word in your mind.
That makes sense, guys. That's the plan. Okay, now you have Pax Judaica.
So at the end of this video, this professor talks about Pax Judaica, which is basically New World Order. So after the US and Iran go to war with each other, both countries will be destroyed. Neither country will win. The US will be pushed out of the Middle East, but all of the US's assets will then be transferred to Israel.
Do you know why we will be pushed out the Middle East? Because we're also talking about taking over Greenland. Now, Greenland is a property of Denmark. If we decide to strong arm that, then we're pretty much killing our deal with NATO. So only thing we have in the Middle East is Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, which we have already taken over for Israel. But we got to get some more information.
Israel will emerge as the winner. Corporations and tech companies like Google will then move to Israel to create a global surveillance system. Right now, Israel has the most advanced surveillance system in the world.
And that is a fact. the most advanced surveillance system. Remember, we watched the video, and we'll watch it again, where the Atlanta police chief went to Israel, and he was impressed by the surveillance system that they have over there. So he implicated it in Atlanta. They have brought the whole surveillance system from Israel because they have the top surveillance system in the world, and they've been bringing it to America. Face recognition, all of that shit. Everything's been done in America. Why do you think we keep pumping all this money over there? Pay attention. Why do you think we fighting the wars for them? Pay attention. It don't matter about y'all niggas going over there. They don't need all y'all niggas. All they need is the billionaires.
And at the same time, Mossad agents will be all around the world like they are right now, creating division and chaos. And for that, you need financing. So the banks from the US will also move to Israel. And the Israeli currency will then become the global dominant currency. Does that make sense? That is how we arrive at Pax Judaica, the New World Order. But here is the slither of hope that we have. So back in September of last year, Saudi Arabia and Pakistan signed a defense pact that had the language of a NATO-style alliance, which is something that no Muslim nations ever had before. This is what the West fears deeply, is all of the Arab nations, all of the Muslim nations, creating a NATO-style alliance. This would threaten their power, which is why they poured trillions of dollars to create chaos and instability in the entire eastern region. Here's what's interesting. The UAE is normalizing relations with Israel, and that threatens Saudi Arabia's sovereignty. So Saudi Arabia is quietly creating diplomatic relations with Iran when they historically have been enemies. It is unity. Unity is the only thing that can save us from Pax Judaica.
Now we're gonna get into some more. We just touching the surface. Now, we come to think that, we kind of bigger than everybody. But I want y'all to hear what this Chinese man said and tell me if it's true or not.
Yeah, and China will lose the US market, which, as I've said, is 15%.
We don't care. We don't care. China has been here for 5,000 years. Most of the time, there was no United States, and we survived.
Now, that's some bars. Because you got all these ignorant ass American folks talking about what we can do with China and how about we bigger than China. And them folks been here for 5,000 years. United States been here for a funky ass 250. And you think that we can survive? And they can't? He got a point.
And if the United States wants to bully China, we will deal with the situation without the United States. And we expect to survive for another 5,000 years.
Yeah, and China will lose the US market, which, as I've said, is...
We go all. No one can stop what is coming. Get here, guys. We need you in Minnesota. These people are fucking terrorists. Patriots, get out of here. We need the backup. And all you liberal commie motherfuckers, keep your hands to yourself or you're gonna get hurt today, all right? We executed one of you yesterday.
Let's bring you some breaking news coming into us about Iran. There is a meeting underway in Iran's parliament at present, and the Reuters news agency has just reported that the parliamentary speaker there has warned US President Donald Trump that any attack would lead to Tehran striking Israel and regional US bases as legitimate targets. Donald Trump has repeated his show of support for protesters in Iran just last night. He said the US was ready to help as those protesters face more threats of a brutal crackdown. We've had warnings from the country's Attorney General saying that anyone who went out on the streets would be considered an enemy of God, which is a charge that carries the death penalty. So the latest is that during a parliamentary session in Iran, the speaker there, according to Reuters, has warned Donald Trump that any attack would lead to Tehran striking Israel and regional US bases as...
Now think about that, y'all. Think about if you got a child in the military right now, and they over there in Israel or they over there in they over anywhere in the Middle East right now, close to Iran. That means Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, any military base that's in that region. They feel like if the United States intervene, they can't get to the United States, but they can fuck up all these little small little military bases that's around them though. A lot of Americans are gonna die if we intervene with Iran.
Legitimate targets, they say.
Yeah, and just further to that, during that meeting in the Parliament, it's reported by the AP that lawmakers rushed to the front.
They might be. But what that makes us, though?
At one point, started chanting death to America. Of course, the Parliament is controlled by hardliners, but that signifies, I think, doesn't it, Anna, that the sort of tone from the regime in Tehran has certainly hardened in recent days and hours against those protests. We'll bring you the very latest on that, of course, throughout.
Now, before we get to the whole Iran shit, I didn't mean to play that video first, but I went on ahead and let it play. Let's look at this video real quick.
It's becoming increasingly clear that law enforcement has become more militarized, treating the people they're supposed to serve and protect as a hostile foreign population. Part of the reason why is that since the 90s, and especially after 9/11, U.S. law enforcement, including police departments, the FBI, CIA, and immigration officials, have been trained by Israeli agents.
These exchange programs are exacerbating the violence in both places and lifting up the Israeli occupation as a global gold standard for policing.
So why is U.S. law enforcement receiving training from Israel, a flagrant human rights offender? And what does it mean for people on the ground? Israel's creation in 1948 enshrined a nationalist policy of Jewish Israeli supremacy at the expense of the native Palestinian population, most of whom were forced to flee their homes, becoming permanent refugees. In 1967, Israel began its repressive military occupation of what remained of Palestinian land, subjugating the entire Palestinian population, denying them the rights of citizenship, and crushing any dissent against its policies. Since then, Israeli forces have routinely fired tear gas, skunk water, rubber-coated steel bullets, and even live ammunition at unarmed protesters. So this is a state that violently controls and suppresses the rights of an occupied people. And U.S. police are learning its tactics to use against American citizens. Thousands of law enforcement officials from all corners of the country have traveled to Israel to learn police strategies and exchange tactics. These trips became increasingly common after 9/11 as pro-Israel groups used the so-called War on Terror as an opportunity to push for a closer, unconditional alliance with Israel, which had marketed itself as the world's leading counterterrorism expert.
On these trips, high-ranking U.S. officials are visiting Israeli checkpoints and prisons, places where human rights groups all over the world have documented Israeli discrimination and repression and torture and killing of Palestinians.
So who runs these exchanges? They're organized by pro-Israel groups like the Anti-Defamation League, which calls itself the world's leading anti-hate organization. The trips are funded privately as well as through grants from the Israeli and U.S. governments, including the Justice Department. The ADL boasts that they've trained more than 15,000 law enforcement professionals and have sent more than 200 high-ranking U.S. officials to Israel. And some officers fresh off these trips have high praise.
This was an outstanding experience, something that I'll...
As y'all can see, this is the San Diego, California Assistant Sheriff. Now, I want y'all to take a look at what I just put on the screen. And I know we got a lot of stuff on the screen or whatever, but I found this... Let me take this down real quick. If y'all look to your left hand, you have your guy right here, IDF, his badge number, this ICE officer. And if you look below this, this is U.S. Immigration and Custom Enforcement. This is the About page for the ICE. I need y'all to look up under there, Tel Aviv. That is Israel, y'all. Where is the headquarters for ICE? Can somebody tell me where the headquarters for ICE is? If it's for America to get rid of, immigrants, why is it the headquarters for ICE is in Israel? This is why this dude, he doesn't work for the American government. Why you think they can't arrest him? Why do you think they can't let the state arrest him? They about to fly that motherfucker back to Israel. And he'll never take accountability for this shit. Don't take my word for it. Go Google it. See where the headquarters for ICE at.
Remember for the rest of my life.
You've obviously given us a lot to think about, a lot of best practices.
And this is, in fact, the finest training initiative that I've ever been a participant in.
What did he just say? The finest training initiative that he's ever been a part of. The training they're getting in Israel. The surveillance that they got in Israel. The money that they're shifting, all of it is shifting to over there. All of the big Google execs, the big AI execs, all of them about to shift all they shit over there. The whole world currency, the dollar, all that's about to be no more. Cryptocurrency, all that shifting overseas. They about to leave us over here to fight and scrap for scraps. It's gonna be a big old country of fucking guns and racist motherfuckers running around and fighting for scraps. While we getting surveyed, while the surveillance is from over there.
But we've seen the ramifications of these trainings here in the U.S., with police departments treating American citizens who are exercising their constitutional right to protest as though they're under occupation. Take Ferguson, Missouri, for example. After the 2014 police killing of Michael Brown, the officers' response to protesters mirrored some of the tactics used by Israeli forces against Palestinians. Officers in Ferguson used the same U.S.-manufactured tear gas and flashbang devices to disperse crowds that Israeli forces regularly use against Palestinians. But that's not all. In 2011, the sheriff of St. Louis County, where Ferguson is located, traveled to Israel on one of the ADL-sponsored police exchange trips. And then, 3 years after the Ferguson uprisings, which
police exchange trips. Government-sponsored police exchange. Did y'all hear that? The police that are over here, they're not from your neighborhoods. They're getting exchanged. They're sending our police over there and their police over here. So when they kill a motherfucker, they ain't got to worry about, oh, I killed the American, a fellow American.
catapulted the Black Lives Matter movement to the international stage, the city's police chief also traveled to Israel for training. He said he was blessed to be part of the exchange. But Ferguson is just one example. Other cities and counties where officers have received Israeli training later became the sites of high-profile police killings. And then there's surveillance. Israel's massive surveillance system has inspired U.S. officials so much so that after a former police chief visited Israel in 2008, his city adopted its techniques.
Our Video Integration Center in downtown Atlanta is modeled after the Command and Control Center I saw in the old city of Jerusalem.
Atlanta has installed over 10,000 surveillance cameras, which have raised serious privacy concerns. But to really get a sense of Israeli inspiration, look no further than New York City. After 9/11, the NYPD and the CIA created a sprawling covert spying operation that surveilled and infiltrated mosques and Muslim neighborhoods in the New York City area. This led to widespread and unprecedented profiling of the region's Muslim communities. A police official told the Associated
I don't know how people stay in New York, bro. Cause when I went to New York, man, they had so many fucking cameras. I was like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. That shit is crazy.
Press that the program was modeled in part off of how Israelis spy on Palestinians in the West Bank. It's becoming.
And I thought I should share that with y'all. So we got a lot of videos I want to share with y'all. Hold on, let me kind of keep them in the. Let's go this here, and this kind of explains how many people being killed.
Renee Good was not the first, and she will not be the last. ICE murdered 52 people since Trump took office. It is the single largest amount of deaths in over 2 decades. 95% of those deaths were determined to be preventable. Multiple independent agencies determined that these deaths are underreported and that ICE has released dying detainees in order to keep their deaths off the books. Between 15 and 30 people have been shot in ICE raids, including one where the ICE agent, on camera, bragged about shooting a woman, saying, "I fired 5 rounds and she has 7 holes. Put that in your book, boys," as he beamed with pride. Today, the FBI took over the investigation and it will be slow-rolled and buried. The murderer will likely get paid vacation, a presidential medal, and a Newsmax show. Donald Trump, Kristi Noem, and Stephen the Cuck have given a bunch of untrained racists with literal Nazi tattoos the go-ahead to murder anyone, and they just proved they will defend these murderers with the full force of the American government so that they can keep on killing.
And I know it seemed like a little funny cartoon, but hell, is that not what's happening right now? Is it not what's happening right now? We're watching these folks literally cover up. Now, I got a little video I want to present to y'all. Matter of fact, I'm gonna save the video towards the end because it's kind of lengthy, but it's an old Alex Jones video, and it's talking about the Israeli training, and it's talking about the everything that we're starting to see kind of unfold. But before we get to that, let's finish up with the Iranian talk, so y'all can see how we are strongly trying to get in the middle of this Iran situation, because like the Asian guy said, we are anxious to go into this war with Iran. We're most likely gonna lose the war with Iran, not because they're gonna whip our ass or nothing like that. We're just gonna do the same way we did when we was in Iraq. We're gonna end up spending so much fucking money. Our damn country is gonna go into another recession. Trump probably won't want to leave office whenever we get into the middle of the war with Iran. They're probably going to bomb the shit out of a lot of our allied countries that are around, which a lot of our kids that are serving are already in Afghanistan, or in if they're in Syria, if they're in Iraq, if they're in any of the neighboring countries, they are at risk. Our children are at risk if they're in any of the neighboring cities, while a bunch of people over here that are sitting on their ass are cheering on the fucking war that they will never go on the front line and have to fight. Now let's look at the tensions in Iran real quick.
Right now, turn now to another top story making headlines this morning. Right now, President Trump is weighing his options as he says Iran seeks negotiations amid threats over growing protests in the nation.
Those protests leading to deaths of over 500 people, according to reports. NBC's Alice Barr explains what we know.
Amid a deadly crackdown against anti-government protesters in Iran that human rights groups say has killed more than 500 people, President Trump overnight confirming he's weighing options for potential U.S. intervention and saying that Iran called to negotiate.
We may meet with them. I mean, a meeting is being set up, but we may have to act because of what's happening before the meeting.
Say what? You're supposed to meet with them, but we might have to act before the meeting because we're so concerned about their protest, all the protesting going on over there. Fuck the protesting that's going on over here. We're saying that because everybody is going to the streets and protesting over there, that means they need a regime change. Does that mean the same thing over here? Because there's millions of people in the streets right now calling for change.
Meeting is being set up, but we may have to act because of what's happening before the meeting.
3 U.S. officials tell NBC News preliminary plans the president has been presented with range from potential strikes to other non-military action. Notably, the Pentagon has not yet moved major assets to the region to support possible military action. Iran is now warning that U.S. and Israeli military bases in the region could be considered legitimate targets if the U.S. launches a strike.
These folks ain't playing. They say, fuck that shit. Y'all niggas want to play? You fuck with us? Yeah, the people in America might not feel it. But your children over here that's in these regions that are on these military bases, they could feel it. Yeah, they might blow us back into the Stone Ages. But shit, you know, they willing to put up a good fight. We're about to destroy ourselves. Fighting another war. And you think China about to, you know, not invade Taiwan while we're sitting here fighting? Got a war over here in Venezuela, got a war in Iran, got a war in Ukraine. We're going to have to fight the war for Greenland. We already talking about it taking over goddamn Canada. We talking about bombing goddamn Mexico. God damn. We gonna fight everybody? You telling me y'all done got convinced we could just beat up everybody at the same time, huh?
Adding their response may not be limited to reacting after an attack.
If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. And they won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong.
Some Republican lawmakers urging President Trump to act,
embolden the protesters and scare the hell out of the regime,
while others warn of the risks of potential military action.
Sometimes it has the opposite effect. So when you bomb a country, then people tend to rally around their own flag.
The protests in Iran, initially touched off by an economic crisis, have evolved into one of the biggest challenges the regime has ever faced. Over the weekend, demonstrators in Los Angeles marching in solidarity were struck by a U-Haul truck. The FBI is now investigating.
Now, ain't that some shit? You had people out there in California that were protesting for Iran, and then a fucking U-Haul truck runs into them. Which I'm pretty sure that's some kind of paid agent, but hey, this shit is wild. Just a whole bunch of chaos that it seems like is being, you know, swirled around.
Also, over the weekend, the Pentagon launched a second round of strikes against ISIS targets in Syria in retaliation for an attack last month that killed 3 Americans. The Trump administration is vowing to root out Islamic terrorism.
Now, that would sound good if we didn't just hear them throw these terms out here all loosely. If we ain't been hearing these folks lying to us about talking about, you know, the dude from Venezuela bringing in all the drugs and all that shit, and we ain't being presented with not one fucking sack of coke. So is we being told facts? That's the question. And like they say, they done start bombing the shit out of Syria too. Then now all of a sudden Elon Musk is giving motherfuckers internet over there. Look at this shit.
Introducing Iron Beam.
Look at this, y'all.
Iron Beam is
Yeah, so we're now learning that the death toll has risen to 203 in Iran, and one of the most remarkable things about this is watching these images that are we're seeing out of Iran. The government, of course, has cut off the internet to the entire country. They've even cut off landlines, like old-timey phone lines. because they're trying to keep these images from getting out. They've been cutting electricity to cities. And in stepped Elon Musk with Starlink. The reason that we're seeing these images right now is because Starlink using satellites over Iran.
No, the reason we seeing these images is because you got the CIA in Iran helping starting up this shit. And they trying to let them niggas know, yeah, see what we done got started up. This is the same playbook they did in 1974. But most of us wasn't around then. And most people don't even look at the history books. They've done this before, people.
Is able to, and it's not a perfect system. It's not, not everybody has the access that.
The difference is in 1974, they didn't have cameras.
That they want or that they need, but enough of these images and video is getting out, which is the only reason we're seeing this. And one of
No, the only reason we seeing it is because they got CIA agents, just like Iran is saying. But imagine, y'all, let's just imagine your city looking like this, y'all. You ain't going to work tomorrow. Money fucked up. Your government coming out there and willing to kill folks.
One of the things I think is so interesting about this is that, and a real question is the number of outlets, mainstream media outlets, who are ignoring this story for some reason. For some reason, they don't realize that this is the biggest story probably in the Middle East.
Because if you're talking about America first, ain't nobody ignoring this shit. They see that as propaganda.
In nearly 50 years.
Yeah, I mean, make no mistake.
And that's why they reference that 50 years, y'all.
These images make a difference because public opinion globally makes a difference. I still remember, I don't know, it was 4 years ago when the Cubans had an uprising, and it was quite significant.
Which was also a U.S. military coup. That's what Scarface was based on.
Significant. And what they wanted was video images to go out to the world, not just of the protests, but also of the repression when the government finally got control and started to arrest and beat down many of the protesters. And they were begging Joe Biden for the ability, to send some help for satellites so they could get those images out. And Joe Biden said no. But then when the same things happened 2 years ago in Venezuela, Elon Musk, they didn't have to beg Joe Biden for anything. They were able to get it from Elon Musk, just as the Iranians are doing. So Elon Musk, just as he freed Twitter, really playing a giant role in allowing people to speak freely, and also for all of us to see what's going on.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, he playing a giant role, all right. Yeah. Same way he playing a giant role in the Ukraine war. So you telling me these private businesses, they got all this interest in America, but you got to remember, Elon Musk is not from America. He's from South Africa, a place where the motherfuckers are racist as hell. And we might get into a little bit about Elon, or at least Elon partner in crime. A person that y'all don't get to hear a lot, but he's pulling a lot of strings of what's going on right now. So how hostile and is the situation over there in Iran? Let's take a peek into that. How volatile is it?
With Monday.com's intuitive...
According to, at least our sources. Now, this is Algeria news. This is not a news station of America, so I like to try to look at different world news so we can get a different point of view, because I know our news just going to tell us what we need to hear. So let's look at Algeria news.
Widespread unrest, killings and arrests in Iran during protests sparked by a collapse in the local currency. The leadership says it will listen to demonstrators, but rioters face the death penalty as the US warns against the crackdown. How volatile is the situation? This is Inside Story. First, this report from Alexandra Byers.
Defiance, burning bright across Iran. 2 weeks of demonstrations against soaring inflation and a plunging currency have spiraled into the worst unrest the country has seen in 3 years.
Do y'all see what the problem is? Soaring inflation and a plunging economy. How far America is away from that right now? Because it seems like with the tariffs and all that stuff like that, it's intentionally trying to inflate the dollar. It's like they're intentionally trying to make the country go broke, trying to break the system.
Anti-government protests began in the capital and spread to dozens of other towns and cities, including Qom, Iran's second holiest city, and Mashhad, the birthplace of the supreme leader. A crackdown by security forces followed. Most internet and telecommunications services have been cut since Thursday. The Attorney General is warning anyone involved in the protests could face the death penalty. Dozens of civilians and security officials have reportedly been killed. Rights groups say more than 2,500 people have been arrested. Iran's supreme leader accuses them of acting on behalf of the U.S. president.
Now, how much truth do y'all think is to that? I ain't saying we wrong. I mean, it's war, shit. You do what you do.
He claims to be on the side of the Iranian people. He is irresponsible. He does not care about civilians. Those protesters could believe him. They burn waste bins just to please him.
Donald Trump has repeatedly threatened to intervene and warned Tehran not to use force against demonstrators, or the U.S. will hit Iran where it hurts.
Now imagine that. Telling another country they better not use force against their protesters, while in your own country you using force against your protesters. Imagine that.
The government says it will strike Israel and American bases in the region if the U.S. attacks.
Did y'all hear that? Now let's go look at what's in their region, y'all, real quick. Let's slide back to that little picture of where Iran is at on the map. They said they're gonna strike what's in the region. Where we at right now? Let me make sure I can come back to it. 2:59, so 3 minutes. Here, let's look at a map. 2:59. Let's get back to where we was. Here, let me pull up some kind of world map real quick. Let's see. Map. Google map. That'll do. Let's go across the world, y'all. Hold up, let me put this on the screen. So where these folks at? Let's see. That's Africa. They're a little bit farther over here. So this the part of the world these folks at, right? What all we got over here? We way over here causing problems, y'all. Way on the other side of Africa. So here got Iran right here. You got Afghanistan right here. You got Iraq right here. You got Kuwait right here. These are all the places we done invaded over the last about 10 years. So we've been setting this shit up for the longest. Y'all can't tell me we ain't been setting this shit up for the longest, y'all. Last 40 years, we knew we had smoke with goddamn Iran, so we invaded. We made the excuse to invade Afghanistan, set up some shit over there. We made an excuse to invade Iraq. We set up some shit over there. We made up an excuse to invade Syria. We set up some shit over there. We made up an excuse to take over Kuwait. Well, when Iraq took over Kuwait, we wanted to get that back because we wanted to be close to Iran right there. We let Saudi Arabia do whatever the fuck they want to, so, you know, we can be cool with them so they can let us have our military bases over there. I don't know about these other Turkmenistan. I don't think it's shit there. Albigeria, I don't think it's shit there. I heard about some shit going on in Georgia. Okay, here's Jordan. We been fucked Jordan up. And then you got little old Israel right here, y'all. Little old itty bitty Israel. Look, this tiny old little country right here that's going to be on this water right here. You know, they're going to make this all oceanfront property, as they said. They already done did away with Libya. So, yeah, man. These folks know what the fuck they doing. They know what the fuck they doing.
Despite threats of severe consequences, reflects the extent of the discontent, according to one Iranian academic.
Demonstrations were held because of the worsening of the economic situation in the country, and it's understandable majority of Iranians were frustrated with the worsening of their economics, but with the events turning into more sort of violent developments, demonstrations started.
Had a unifying effect, helping the government. But Iran's leadership now faces more serious pressure, this time from within. Alexandra Byers, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
All right, so I just want to, give a little inside touch on, how it's going over there in Iran, which is not good at all. It is not good at all, man. Look like it's gonna be a lot of back and forth going between there and Iran. Now, we also had the situation in Venezuela, and I want to just touch on that real quick because during the Venezuelan raid, you have people who are now reporting that the U.S. used secret weapons when they went to invade Venezuela. Y'all wonder how nobody got hurt from the U.S. and they just went in there and got the man and came back out? Remember when I was telling y'all about a sound machine that the U.S. has at their disposal, and a lot of them was given to a lot of police stations, like major police stations? There's a sound machine that they can use to turn up to a certain value, and it can freeze your ass. All bullshit aside. You could turn the sound up to a certain tone and it can really it can immobile you. Listen about this secret weapon that they use, a survivor of the Venezuelan attack. How Mexico, not Mexico, I'm sorry, how the United States used a sonic weapon to capture Maduro. Check it out, y'all.
It has been over a week since the U.S. captured Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro. American forces bombed Caracas and then raided the military complex where Maduro and his wife were staying. Venezuela says that at least 100 people were killed by the American forces as they were abducting Maduro. However, not one American soldier was...
Hey, man, that's some violent shit. You went in there and killed 100 people for doing their job. You killed 100 beings because you look at them as non-human because they were born into a country, they joined their military, and their military, they probably got assigned as a detail for their president, and a foreign country comes in there and slaughter 100 people supposed to bring someone to justice. I gotta think about this type of shit, y'all. The bloodshed that we starting to just like, all right, you know, fuck it.
Was killed as per what the US has now claimed. How did the US pull off a raid of this kind? New reports say that they may have used a secret weapon to put Maduro's guards completely out of action. More in this next report. Take a look.
On the night of January 3rd, Venezuela's capital...
Did y'all just see what they said? Look. U.S. fired intense sound wave, which brought guards to their knees, y'all. Imagine, because y'all think that because we all got guns and, oh, nigga, the military, nigga, they better not, they'll never come and take my guns. What if they come right outside your house? Turn that volume up and walk right in here and snatch your ass out. People think that because you got 40 million guns in your shit. These folks have created weapons that would immobilize your ass with sound, sonic sound.
On the night of January 3rd, Venezuela's capital, Caracas...
Look, it says survivor felt like my head was going to explode from the inside. These motherfuckers got sound weapons that'll make your head feel like it's about to explode, bring you to your knees, and then they can go and do whatever the fuck they want to. So say they want to come and round up everybody in your neighborhood and put all of them in a concentration camp. All they got to do is pull up with their sound truck, turn that bitch up, and while everybody in here down to their knees, they can round every motherfucker up they want to.
was attacked by the U.S. military. The American...
Like it says, U.S. has developed the Long Range Acoustic Device, or LRAD. Guards started bleeding through the nose.
Americans bombed several military facilities in and around Caracas, and then sent in choppers to abduct Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro.
Siberia was accused of using LRAD to disperse protesters in 2025. So the United States ain't the only place that is using this. And I seen this a long time on Alex Jones, y'all. He was telling about this shit 10 years ago.
Maduro and his wife were sleeping at the Fuerte Tiuna military base. A number of senior Venezuelan officials live there, and the base was among the locations targeted by the American strikes. Then, Delta Force commandos will...
Does the U.S. military have access to secret advanced sonic weapons? Now, do y'all want to know why y'all are not familiar with secret sonic weapons? Because when they get used on you, trust me, you won't even know it's coming.
Lowered into the compound, and they proceeded to capture Maduro. But the commandos still had to face dozens of guards who were protecting the Venezuelan president. Many of them were from Cuba, because Maduro reportedly trusted Cubans more than his own security staff. But dozens of the guards were slain while the Americans extracted Maduro.
So imagine that. They already turned on this supersonic weapon, right? Got all the guards down to their knees, and they just let them go through and just slayed all 100 men. They just went through there and probably just mowed them down. Just went through there and... Think about it, man. How much you got to brainwash a motherfucker that want that much blood? Say, hey, these motherfuckers already, you know, the sonic weapon ain't enough. Let's go through and slaughter. I'm talking about massacre. It says LRAD is used as loudspeaker, but can also be used for crowd control. I kind of feel bad for them motherfuckers in Minnesota right now, because I wouldn't put it past them. They about to use that shit on their ass.
One of the survivors, however, has given an eyewitness account of the raid. He said that they were completely outmatched by the American soldiers, and one part of his testimony stood out. He claimed that the US military used a powerful sonic weapon which brought the guards to their knees. The survivor recounted that many of the guards started bleeding through the nose, and some even vomited blood. He said that the trigger was an intense sound wave, and when he heard it, he felt as though his head was exploding from the inside. So, does this mean that the US now has sonic or ultrasonic weapons? Ones capable of incapacitating large crowds? Well, the Americans have had something like that for years, and they even sell it to other countries. This is the LRAD 450, mounted on a Serbian Land Rover. LRAD stands for Long Range Acoustic Device, and the Americans have been using these for years. They are sound cannons, which are usually used as specialized loudspeakers, but they can also be weaponized and used for crowd control. This is a video from Serbia taken during protests back in March 2025. These were anti-corruption protests, but suddenly the protesters started running away, and there was a stampede. It was reportedly caused by the Serbian police using a sound cannon to disperse the protesters. Many of the demonstrators later complained of headaches, ear pressure, and nausea. But Serbia denied using the sonic weapon on the crowd. Its use as a crowd control device is banned in many countries. China also has similar devices. They were used against protesters in Hong Kong back in 2019.
Yeah. Whenever they come to that collective agreement that, hey, it's okay to use this shit, don't be surprised.
Thailand was seen deploying the device as well. It was used against Cambodia last September. The company that makes this device says that there are mobile versions available, which can be mounted on helicopters. If these are the sonic cannons that are for sale, that are publicly known, what does the US military have access to? And could an advanced version of the sound cannon have been used in Venezuela? US Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt highlighted a social media post which contained the surviving Venezuelan guard's account of the raid. Is that an admission by the White House?
Man, hey, I think a lot of us are okay with, with this type of stuff being used, as long as we're the people using it, right? As long as we're the people using it. So, y'all, we also have a problem where, I ain't gonna say a problem, but we have an interest in Greenland. Let me see what I got on that. Also got an interest in Greenland. Let's see what we got on that.
Thinking of giving people in Greenland to get them on board with a possible U.S.
I'm not talking about money for Greenland yet. I might talk about that. But right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia...
Thinking of giving people in Greenland to get them on board with a possible U.S.
I'm not talking about money for Greenland yet. I might talk about that. But right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor.
He said whether they like it or not. Well, shit. So you just could take over somebody's land, whether they like it or not. I mean, that's just been the American way. But, I mean, that's kind of a tactic that, I mean, I guess it's okay for one country, but not okay for another country. And that can end up being a problem when you have multiple superpower countries. Because every time a country feel like they're a superpower, we're giving permission for them to, take over another country. What will stop China from going ahead and moving on Taiwan? Taiwan. If we can do this when it comes to Greenland, why can't China do this when it comes to Taiwan? Because that's close to their region, and they can feel the same way America feels about them being a neighbor. And we're like, hey, we don't want America as a neighbor. So we're going to go ahead and take over Taiwan for our national security. But America, we're an ally with Taiwan. We promised Taiwan we will protect them. So are we going to go to war with a country because they're taking their closest neighbor the same way we're trying to take our closest neighbor? And technically, hell, Russia is very close to them too. So, I mean, Trump, he does have a point. One of them might try to go for Thailand. I mean, not Thailand, but Greenland. But there's also the point of we got military bases on Greenland, but Trump want to buy them straight up because he said, "Hell, we'll protect them if we own them." But I kind of think that'll go in his pocket, to be honest.
I would like to make a deal, the easy way. But if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way. And by the way, I'm a fan of Denmark too. I have to tell you, and they've been very nice to me. I'm a big fan, but the fact that they had a boat land there 500 years ago doesn't mean that they own the land.
Say what? Motherfucker said because they had a boat land there 500 years ago, that don't mean they own the land. Shit, that's how y'all took America? Ain't that how it worked with all the motherfucking colonized countries that these motherfuckers in? They had a boat land here hundreds of years ago. And that mean that they own the land now? Boy, these motherfuckers are savage, boy. I'm talking about savage.
Boats go there also. But we need that because if you take a look outside of Greenland right now, there are Russian destroyers, there are Chinese destroyers and bigger. There are Russian submarines all over the place.
I believe that.
We're not going to have Russia or China occupy Greenland, and that's what they're going to do if we don't.
I kind of believe that. I don't think they're going to occupy it, but I think they will occupy the waters. The actual land, no.
So we're going to be doing something with Greenland, either the nice way or the more difficult way. Please, go ahead, ma'am.
On Greenland, Mr. President, why is it so important to you to own it when you have a military presence there, which you could expand to affect security?
Because when we own it, we defend it. You don't defend leases the same way. You have to own it. And, with a nation, look at what happened with Obama, with that horrible deal they made with Iran. It was a short-term deal. It was like a 9-year deal. Countries can't make 9-year deals or even 100-year deals. Countries have to have ownership. And you defend ownership, you don't defend leases. And we'll have to defend Greenland. If we don't do it, China or Russia will. It's not going to happen. We are not going to have, and I like China, I like Russia, I love the people of China, I love the people of Russia. I get along very well with President Putin, but I'm very disappointed in him. I get along very well with President Xi. I'm going to go over to China in April, but I don't want them as a neighbor in Greenland. Not going to happen. And by the way, and NATO's got to understand that. I'm all for NATO. I saved NATO. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have a NATO right now. But we're not going to allow Russia or China to occupy Greenland, and that's what's going to happen if we don't.
That boy said if it wasn't for him, it wouldn't be no NATO right now. Well, shit, I think NATO ain't really hearing that shit like that, but it is what it is. But let's see what, you know.
What if Trump actually ordered the military to take Greenland? After Venezuela, anything seems possible. So let's break down what would happen. The invasion would be shockingly easy. Greenland has 56,000 people and 0 military, just a Danish dog sled patrol. U.S. forces could secure the island in hours. But here's where the easy victory becomes America's worst nightmare. France, Germany, UK, Italy, Poland, and Spain already issued a joint statement. Greenland belongs to its people. If the U.S. attacks, NATO is over. Europe combined has 1.5 million active troops. The UK, France, and Germany alone operate over 200 nuclear warheads, and they'd have no choice but to unite against America. Because if Trump can invade Denmark, what's stopping him from threatening Germany or France next? China and Russia wouldn't just condemn this, they'd move in fast. China controls 90% of rare earth refining. The entire reason Trump wants Greenland, Russia would immediately offer Europe a new security partnership without America. So America gains an island it can't mine for decades, loses, NATO loses 75 years of European trust, and pushes Europe straight into China and Russia's arms. This isn't strategy, it's geopolitical suicide. It would turn America from a superpower into an isolated pariah.
Yeah. And yes, Trump does know this. So it's like, you know, he might sound crazy, but hey, it's really, you know, they're trying to keep control of this region of the world. Now, we've seen this little move on Venezuela before. And I want to show y'all that whether it's Trump, whether it's Obama, whether it's Bush, it's always been in America's interest to control what's going on over there in the Middle East, control what's going on over there in Africa, never allowing these people to be able to trade their goods around the world without the American dollar. Because if you trade your goods without the American dollar, then we are no longer the superpower. We're no longer the richest. We no longer get to control everything. And we've been spoiled on that for like the last 70 years. Because after World War II, we were alone in the world as being a superpower. We had all the shit. We had all the money. Everything was good. And we don't want to let go of that. Nobody wants to let go of the, you know, the spoiled life. But the rest of the world is catching up because we got relaxed. We sat back. We got fat. We got old, fat. And we sat around and we let the rest of the world catch up. Asia was fucked up in the 1970s. I mean, China was fucked up through the 70s, through the 80s, through the 90s. Last 25 years, China done caught up with us from 200 years. Fucking shame. You know, Russia done caught up. A lot of people done caught up. We take care of Korea better than we take care of ourselves. Now, there's a lot of countries in on the African continent that has some good shit going on. Y'all remember that Libya country that they told y'all, oh, Gaddafi was such a horrible person and all that shit? No. We find out now that these folks had a lot in common with the Venezuelan president. Now, the Venezuelan president, I'm not going to say because he's a piece of shit from my research. But before him, they did have a good president that ended up kicking America out, and the land was theirs. The people used to, you know, be prosperous. But let's see what the whole CIA been doing when they've been going to these countries and they've been taking them over from within to make sure for the American interest that we keep our shit going. I can't say that they wrong. I mean, hell, we do enjoy our cheap gas, our cheap shit that we get, the American life, that shit costs a lot of blood. And you'll see.
Who is Muammar Gaddafi, and why did Hillary Clinton and the world bankers want him dead? This is the true story behind Gaddafi, the man who refused to kneel to the West and dared to make Africa rich. In 1969, at the age of 27, Gaddafi led a bloodless coup against the then Western-backed king who had sold out Libya's oil to Western-backed companies like Exxon and BP. Gaddafi's first move was to nationalize the oil, taking the power away from these Western companies and putting it in the hands of the Libyan people. But
that's somewhat what, some of these leaders of Venezuela had did.
he did so much more than just that. Gaddafi made Libya the richest country in all of Africa, giving free electricity for all, zero interest loans, free healthcare, free education, and if they didn't provide the education you were looking for, they would pay for you to go internationally. They gave $60,000 for newlyweds to start their life. And if you wanted to farm, they gave you free land, seeds, livestock, and housing. Gaddafi was turning the Sahara green with his great man-made river that was touted as the 8th wonder of the world. But his vision was even grander than just Libya. He looked to unite 14 different African nations that were still paying colonial tax to France. He looked at the petrodollar system, which was controlled by the United States to force global oil sales in US dollars to prop up American power. He decided Africa would have its own gold-backed currency. He quietly moved 143 tons of gold to a secret vault near the southern border. He was ready to set Africa free from the world bankers and from the Western nations. 5 months later, Hillary Clinton gets an email in her private inbox. French intelligence is in full panic because Gaddafi's gold-backed currency would mean the end of Western domination over Africa. The number one objective of the West after this? To stop Gaddafi's gold-backed currency. And just 2 weeks later, the bombs start falling. The reason for war, they claimed, was for humanitarian purposes because Gaddafi's forces were committing genocide on his own people. The reality? The CIA infiltrated these countries, forced protests, and people started to say, I want a democracy, not a dictatorship. Gaddafi's response?
I hand-carried the letter back from Gaddafi offering to resign. The U.S. didn't want him to resign. They wanted to...
Why?
He wanted to unite the African continent into a group of nations economically. He wanted to base it on the gold standard.
The Western world ever saw how...
Based on the gold standard. Now, we know we're supposed to have a lot of gold, but I think that gold ain't there no more. And you could tell people whatever about a motherfucker all the way across the water.
How great a nation Libya had become, then all of the people of the West would start to hold their politicians accountable in raising the living standards in those countries, citing, if Africa could do it, why can't we? In 2008, Gaddafi called out the US for bombing Iraq, citing there was WMDs there, even though none were found. As of 2025, Libya remains unstable. They even sell human slaves on the open market. So you tell me, was Libya better off under the leadership of Gaddafi, or was it better off with the West pushing for democracy? Comment truth below if you want to see the full video on my YouTube channel.
Well, y'all, we often talk about the slavery in America, and we forget about what's going on around the world because it ain't in your backyard. It ain't in your backyard. So let me see what other videos do I have. Oh, this is a exposing video right here.
I remember a time when Republicans were very careful about and worried about the government, particularly unelected people.
Well, we can't trust the government anymore.
Having access to
That's our reason.
personal.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
You are the government.
Yes.
Yo, this is what we're dealing with, y'all. This is the person that's the bottom line when your ass about to get arrested. Can't trust the government no more.
I remember a time when Republicans were very careful about and worried about the government, particularly unelected people.
Well, we can't trust the government anymore.
Having access to personal data.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
You are the government.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, is that the American people now are saying, that we have had our personal information shared and out there in the public.
Elon Musk has access to it.
Yeah, but
He said
Elon
he
Musk
does.
is part of the administration that is helping us identify where we can find savings and what we can do, and he has gone through the processes to make sure that he has the authority
You're totally
the president has
comfortable with
granted
it.
him. I am today by the work that he's doing by identifying waste, fraud, and abuse. And his information that he has is looking at programs, not focusing on personal data and information.
Not focusing on it, but he has access to it.
You know, we'll be continuing to talk to him about what all he has access to. But this audit needs to happen to make sure that we are going through a process that adds integrity back into these programs. And
I remember a time.
So yeah, but you know, right now we'll have average citizens saying, "Let's get these illegals out of here. Get these illegals out of here." You know, that same woman right there, get these illegals. But here's Elon Musk's brother, right along with Elon, admitting that they were illegals.
I see these numbers every day, but for us to hear, we'll give you $3 million.
Yeah, it sounded extremely, we thought they were crazy. Like, why would they do that?
It was literally like, these people are insane.
They obviously do not realize we're sleeping in the office.
In fact, when they did fund us, they realized that we were illegal immigrants.
Well, I mean,
yes, we were.
I'd say it's a gray area.
Yeah, yes, we were.
It was a gray area. Illegal immigrants was given $3 million. Guess you just got to be the right type of illegal immigrants, right? And the same people who are illegal immigrants come from, you know, a place where there's segregation. They call it apartheid. Give them money to come over here. Listen again. This is Elon Musk's brother and Elon admitting that they were illegal immigrants. But now the same laws are being made. And not to forget that the president has a immigrant wife. The vice president has an Indian wife. The head of FBI, he's a Indian. I mean, it's just crazy. The guy that was just part of the immigration police, his girlfriend, Philippine. Like, what are we doing here, people?
I see these numbers every day, but for us to hear, we'll give you $3 million.
Yeah, it sounded extremely, we thought they were crazy. Like, why would they do that?
It was literally like, these people are insane.
They obviously do not realize we're sleeping in the office.
In fact, when they did fund us, they realized that we were illegal immigrants.
Well, I mean,
yes, we were.
I'd say it's a gray area.
Yeah, yes, we were. We were illegal immigrants. We were sleeping in the office. We didn't have a car. We had one car, but the wheel kept falling off.
But, well, actually, yeah, the wheel.
You see these numbers.
Right. So, you know, only if I could get a little itty bitty loan for $3 million, you know what I'm saying? Hey, shit, I might make some shit pop too. Now, hey, I still got to give him credit, man. He flipped that $3 million. $3 million of the government money and turned that bitch about to $1 trillion. But anyway, let's tap through a little, go down the rabbit hole a little bit, y'all. Have y'all ever heard of a dude named P.E.T.T.S? Put a one in the chat. We got 18 people.
Just you. Building.
If you ever known of a guy named P.E.T.S. If you never heard of him, I'm about to show y'all a little documentary. I think I've went through several to, you know, find one that is that was a great breakdown of several that I've went through, and I think this one did the justice of keeping it, you know, basic, not trying to make them look bad, just going through the facts. Just gonna go through the facts. Do anybody know who Peter Thiel is? In the chat. Here, let me hit the Jeopardy button. I know everybody know who Elon Musk is. Nobody know who Peter Thiel is? Nobody? Nobody? Everybody know who Elon is, but nobody know who Peter Thiel is. We talked about this before. We brushed it just a little bit. Because remember we talked about SpaceX, and remember we talked about the woman that, you know, had a little hand in SpaceX a little bit. Remember we talked about the PayPal mafia and all that stuff like that? Y'all might, I don't know. All right, so let's get into Peter Thiel. And maybe some things might, you know, hit you over the head a little bit. And then we're going to get into maybe a little Alex Jones. And I think we'll wrap it up with that. And maybe everything will, you know, just come together for you after you think about it for a while.
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
Yes?
I don't know. I would.
This is Peter Thiel.
This is a long hesitation.
Hold up, yeah. My bad. Let me get my actor together. Let me get my screen together. 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that, y'all.
There's so many
questions implicit
Should
in
the
this.
human race survive, you would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
Yes?
I don't know. I would.
This is Peter Thiel.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit
Should
in
the
this.
human race survive?
Yes.
Okay.
But
He's been a major player in Silicon Valley for a long, long time.
I'm Peter Thiel. I build companies and I support people who are building new things, from social networks to rocket ships.
You might know him as the multi-billionaire who co-founded PayPal and Palantir, as Facebook's first outside investor, the guy who funds out their projects like floating countries, private space travel, and the quest for immortality. Peter Thiel.
So what now? So the type shit this motherfucker on, yeah, this ain't normal shit. Immortality, people. Don't let that slip by you. I know you seen the floating cities. Now look at this shit. This would be fly as fuck. How much money you gotta have? Look at this shit. That's more than the basketball player money. That's tech money there. I ain't no athlete money. Palantir, y'all remember that? Remember that?
As Facebook's first outside investor, the guy who funds out their projects like floating countries, private space travel, and the quest for immortality. Peter Thiel rejects the idea that death is inevitable. He wants to transform humanity.
transhumanism was this radical transformation where your human natural body gets transformed into an immortal body.
Transhumanism, people. Think about this. These are billionaires that are putting together this type of shit. Transhumanism. And remember, Elon is putting together a whole bunch of robots. That's been what he been doing with his money. Whatever Trump want to do with his shit, that's whatever. But think about the billionaires, the oligarchs. What are they putting together? What are they putting together?
We want you to be able to change your heart and change your mind and change your whole body.
But he also wants to change something else. For decades, Thiel has schemed from the shadows to reshape American politics.
Tonight, I urge all of my fellow Americans to stand up and vote for Donald Trump.
He bankrolled Trump's first campaign. He turbocharged J.D. Vance's career. Thiel openly
Yeah, I wonder what J.D. Vance just popped out of nowhere. I'm like, hold on, where the fuck this motherfucker come from?
questions the democratic system, and he's declared that to him, freedom is incompatible with democracy. His vision of an ideal society sounds more like an oligarchy, a country ruled by a few powerful rich people, or even just one. Today, his influence is rapidly expanding across the world. From one. Today, his influence is rapidly expanding across.
Do y'all notice any of these signs right here? Or these? Do y'all use any of these things? Imagine you all been, everything that you use, damn near being controlled by one person. Facebook, Spotify, ChatGPT, Airbnb, PayPal. I'm pretty sure whoever got Cash App, they probably cool. They probably part of his crew. SpaceX, private space. You telling me these people don't run the world?
Across the world. From the beginning of his career, he's been building tools to rewire how power works. Palantir, his brainchild, enables intelligence agencies and militaries to anticipate their enemy's next move before it's made. Maybe even your next move, too.
Say what? Huh? Make that make sense.
His brainchild enables intelligence agencies and militaries to anticipate their enemy's next move before it's made. Maybe even your next move, too. None of this happened by accident. Peter Thiel plays the long game. He's patiently planned his moves for decades, always several steps ahead. So what does Peter Thiel actually want? What's his problem with democracy? And is there an end game?
I tried a ton of AI work tools. Then I tried.
Like I said, I think this was a great video. Informational.
This video is largely based on the research collected in The Contrarian, Peter Thiel and Silicon Valley's Pursuit of Power by Max Chafkin. You'll find a link in the description. New York City, 2010. A TV show has set up a night for Peter Thiel to meet Garry Kasparov, one of the greatest chess players of all time. Thiel and Kasparov have met before and get along well. They like chatting about politics, technology, and of course, chess. Peter Thiel's a die-hard chess fan. In fact, he's a national chess master. He's admired the Grandmaster Kasparov since he was a teenager. And the respect is mutual. Kasparov admires Thiel's intelligence and
told y'all, boy, chess is the game of life. And somebody is playing chess with all of our fucking life right now. Some of y'all are the pawns. Some of y'all, a lot of us are the pawns. There's plenty of them around.
and business sense.
Is one of the probably most successful entrepreneurs of his generation. He is very aggressively investing. He looks for the future.
Thiel's legendary status in business is hard to overstate. His companies have created technologies that have changed the course of the modern world, and his influence helped define tech, an industry that has produced millions of jobs and trillions of dollars of wealth. That night, Kasparov and Thiel hit up a chess club. Thiel plays a game of speed chess with the owner and wins.
I'm totally embarrassed.
Yes. I'm embarrassed as well.
Kasparov suggests his chess skills are probably why Thiel's such a successful businessman, and why he tends to hire chess players for his companies.
That's why he's hiring chess players, Peter just told me the story that one day had the IPO for PayPal. So he did a simul for 10 employees of PayPal.
And sure, Thiel is probably onto something. Chess skills transfer well into the world of business. It's a game of strategy, where it pays off to think several moves ahead. Skills that don't hurt in politics either. Sometime after this evening, Kasparov and Thiel drift apart. Maybe the two don't have that much in common after all. It's not just that the Russian Kasparov is a way better chess player. He's also one of the world's most prominent pro-democracy activists. He's a major thorn in Putin's side, tirelessly campaigning for a freer Russia.
So I'm fighting to restore democracy in my country. Trump's potential victory could threaten not only democracy in this country, but democracy worldwide.
And Peter Thiel.
Well, damn. So of course he would, get away from him if he's seeing Trump as maybe a bishop or a knight on the chessboard, because they're definitely using Trump to, put in position what they want.
Well, kind of the opposite trajectory. Critics warn he's emerging as a major threat to American democracy. Billionaires like Thiel reshaping politics is terrifying. Connecting to airport Wi-Fi ranks way lower on the scale. But having your data floating around unprotected online is a threat. You can actually VPN encrypts your internet traffic for clicking, protect your tracker, leading cyber to North Gandhi. Just skill is BS 1970s, the city is occupied by Brabant. Peter Thiel is around 8 years old when his family arrives in Swakopmund, a former German colony on Namibia's coast. He moved here with his parents and brother after some years.
So as y'all can see, where he from? Look where he from, y'all. Republic of South Africa. West Africa. From German relative.
Former German colony on Namibia's coast. He moved here with his parents and brother after some years in Ohio. During the 1970s, the city is occupied by apartheid South Africa. At the time, it's a town clinging to its German roots, where Hitler's birthday is still celebrated and the Nazi salute is a casual greeting for some.
Y'all hear that right? He grew up under apartheid, and where Hitler was what he learned as a child. Same thing from Donald Trump's parenting, allegedly. Same thing when it came to Elon Musk. Just the part of the world that they're from. Now, I ain't saying that they part of anything. I'm just saying, like, our childhood kind of shapes us as adults. I'm just saying.
Peter's father, Klaus, takes an engineering job at a uranium mine just outside town. The mine is controversial and shrouded in secrecy. According to international law, South Africa isn't allowed to mine here, but they go ahead anyway. Extracting Namibia's uranium is part of South Africa's nuclear weapons program. The regime is secretly developing bombs to defend against a possible Soviet attack and to protect the apartheid way of life. According to a
To protect the apartheid way of life? That would be like saying to protect the Confederate way of life people. Segregation. From foreign colonizers. Because remember, these are German people in Africa. And they're creating, they're mining for uranium so they can have bombs to protect their way of life, which is colonizing somebody else's land. Ain't that amazing?
A former British activist group, black laborers have worked at the mine under dangerous conditions.
And look who they're slaving to do that. Black laborers. They're coming from European countries, slaving black laborers, raising their kids to be rich off of black laborers' backs, and then send them to the best schools, get them the best education, and then they turn out to end up being the motherfucking rulers of the world. Because they got all the best schools, best education off of your people's slavery. Oh, but because it wasn't in the Atlantic trade, it doesn't count.
Meanwhile, white families like the T.S enjoy a privileged life.
Shout out to Steady Grinding. I appreciate that, homeboy. I know there's some hard learning, but just take your time. Y'all know I'm always getting somewhere with my timeline and my breakdown of the video. I hope y'all still here from the beginning. Y'all would see how I kind of slow rolled into this.
Brand new medical facilities, country club memberships, kids in private school. Young Peter is reportedly first white activist, and to protect the regime is secretly developing Neom is allowed to mine out at its job at a uranium mine just outside town. The mine is controversial and shrouded in secrecy. According to international law, South Africa isn't allowed to mine here, but they go ahead anyway.
So remind y'all, his daddy worked in the mine where they mined uranium to make weapons to defend their apartheid way of being rich and having the niggas do all the labor.
Extracting Namibia's uranium is part of South Africa's nuclear weapons program. The regime is secretly developing bombs to defend against a possible Soviet attack and to protect the apartheid way of life. According to a former British activist group, black laborers have worked at the mine under dangerous conditions. Meanwhile, white families like the T.S enjoy a privileged life. Brand new medical facilities, country club memberships, kids in private school. Young Peter is reportedly first put in a whites-only school in Johannesburg, then in a German-language school in Swakopmund, where the curriculum pushes a Christian nationalist worldview and even paints white South Africans as the real victims of the region.
So what now? So you wonder why when Trump then was speaking up for the white Africans over there, how they taking all their land and all that shit like that. You think if you raise one type of way that you're going to forget that type of way? Stop it.
Worldview and even paints white South Africans as the real victims of the region. This is where Peter Thiel spends formative years. It's a world where his family benefits from a white supremacist regime, where his father actively advances its military interests.
Where his father did what?
Formative years. It's a world where his family benefits from a white supremacist regime, where his father actively advances its military interests. A world where the founding belief is that some people are meant to rule, and the majority must serve.
It's never been easier to start a podcast than with Riverside.
Yeah, it would be easy to learn that. Real easy to learn that. Because if your people living across seas like that and, got that type of, little gig going on, oh yeah.
When Peter's 10, he and his family return to the US. Peter's developing into a classic nerd. He loves sci-fi.
And his daddy probably most likely like his people had to have some kind of like military CIA kind of ties or something. He wasn't sure about. I don't know. That's weird.
In fantasy, especially Lord of the Rings. He's top of the class and becomes one of the country's top chess players under the age of the US. Peter's developing into a classic nerd. He loves sci-fi and fantasy, especially Lord of the Rings. He's top of the class and becomes one of the country's top chess players under the age of 13. It's not cool to be a nerd in the 70s and 80s, so Peter is reportedly bullied on the regular. But he knows he's smart and going places. His chessboard has a sticker that says "Born to Win."
Hey man, this how every motherfucking Joker or villain to Spider-Man or all the villains are created the same way, ain't it?
Peter wants the best for himself, so he studies hard to get into the top university. At the time, Stanford is ranked #1 in the US. When he makes it there in 1985, Stanford's a huge letdown. Peter expects fellow overachievers, but finds a party scene instead. He'd rather hit the books than the bong, and he's once again teased for being a nerd. According to the author Max Chafkin, many of the students he perceived as bullies also identify as liberals, a connection that reportedly sticks with him. We in fact asked Thiel ourselves, but didn't get a response. Peter developed into a Reagan-supporting conservative. The campus itself feels far too left-wing for him. Anti-Reagan and anti-apartheid protests are prominent, and Peter starts to clash with demonstrators.
Of course he wouldn't like anti-apartheid situation because he believed that shit. Motherfucker, them niggas supposed to be working for us. Freedom? What the fuck? All you motherfuckers should be working for me. You piece of shits. And y'all got to remember, I need y'all to keep in mind that never mind. I'll wait, watch this to the end.
In The Contrarian, Chafkin describes how classmates recall at least one instance where Peter defended apartheid as economically sound, an allegation that Thiel has since denied. At the time, some defenders of apartheid drew on libertarian arguments. Libertarians believe the best society maximizes personal and economic freedom while minimizing government control. They see free, unregulated markets as the best way to allocate resources and drive innovation. More radical libertarians value property rights and free markets above basically anything else. Critics say this leaves little room for values like social justice, which are cast as secondary or even incompatible with the libertarian definition of freedom. From that perspective, apartheid could be rationalized. South Africa's systematic denial of civil rights was simply the price to pay for its higher level of wealth than neighboring countries. By Peter's sophomore year, he's known on campus as a hardcore libertarian. And though the 80s sees students increasingly advocate for race and gender equality, Stanford is not an entirely liberal institution. It has a fair share of other conservative and libertarian students and faculty members during Peter's time there. Still, Chafkin describes Peter feeling like he's in the minority, and that the dominant campus culture is hostile to people like him. So he does what he'll keep doing throughout his life. He builds a network of like-minded men, the beginnings of a network that will support him throughout his career.
Bunch of racist motherfuckers, kind of. I mean, let's just keep it real. Smart racist motherfuckers. That feel like they should, niggas should work for them, or the majority should work for them, niggas and Mexicans, because I don't see any blacks in this circle.
What will later be known as the so-called PayPal Mafia.
PayPal Mafia. I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all have heard of this.
Ooh, we got that reggaeton today.
Conservative men, Peter launches a campus newspaper. The Stanford Review aims to stir things up. It regularly criticizes campus culture from a conservative perspective, with a famously biting style. Throughout Peter's time at Stanford, a few pieces especially stirred the pot. Chafkin found a few examples in the Stanford archives that he wasn't allowed to reproduce. One columnist claimed that gay men engage in unnatural sex. Another complained when Stanford considered adding non-white authors to the Western culture course, arguing it signaled the decline of the West. One whole issue was devoted to passionately defending a student accused of statutory rape, who was later found guilty. Peter's not just looking to provoke. He wants money, power, and influence. And as its founding editor-in-chief, the Stanford Review launches him into the public intellectual he's known as today. The paper captures the attention of high-profile conservatives, and a bit later Peter gets a book deal. The Diversity Myth is co-authored with David Sachs, the student who wrote in defense of an accused rapist in the Stanford Review. Nowadays, Sachs is also an influential figure on the American right. He currently serves the Trump administration as the White House's AI and crypto czar.
Well, damn. Well, damn. Seems like everybody have a little something in common, ain't it? He was defending somebody that, was accused of something because that was their friend.
The book argues that universities are dangerous breeding grounds for left-wing intellectual conformity, that nowadays real racism barely exists in America, and that diversity initiatives pose a threat to Western culture. Sachs and Thiel have since apologized for some of the more controversial parts of the book, but these are the same anti-woke sentiments that are winning elections today.
I ended woke. Totally. Everything woke turns to shit. Our country will be woke no longer.
Though Peter has plenty of gripes about Stanford, he stays on and graduates from its law school in 1992. He moves to New York to begin his legal career. Only aiming for the best, his goal is to clerk for the Supreme Court. He's got top grades, his own influential paper, and connections to the right people. But it's not enough.
I got interviews with 2 justices. They normally interview 8 people and select 4 as clerks. And I missed it with both, and it felt like it was the absolute end of the world.
Peter's not used to setbacks. He plunges into what he later described as a quarter-life crisis and briefly moves back in with his parents. But back on the West Coast, Peter proves he has a knack for turning losses into big wins. It's 1996. The tech industry is booming. Silicon Valley is a place with endless possibilities, loads of investor money, and above all, unclear rules. Peter wants in. Sure, he can't really code, but he can hand that off on someone else. Peter studies up on hedge fund management, raises some capital, and reinvents himself as an investor. At the same time, he continues publishing anti-woke columns. One that claims Indigenous Peoples Day is anti-Western winds up in the Wall Street Journal. By chance, Peter meets the brilliant young cryptographer Max Levchin. Max is obsessed with Palm Pilots, clunky little handheld computers. At the time, they're barely more than a calendar with an internet connection.
Y'all remember them shits? Anybody had one of them shits? I remember them shits. I couldn't afford one. I think I seen one of I seen somebody with one, but hell nah, I remember them shits though.
Not all investors would listen to a 20-something jabber away about Palm Pilots. But Peter's not a typical investor. Max believes Palm Pilots will have way more potential if they can be linked to businesses. If personal devices were linked to a business's infrastructure, a whole new world of uses would open up. Like connecting an individual directly with a bank. All someone needs to figure out is how to build an encrypted network that can securely link a handheld device with a corporate system. And Max believes he can do it. He is way ahead of his time, and Peter sees the potential immediately. He offers Max a $250,000 investment the very next day. Peter will become known for these big bets on inexperienced founders. Bets that very often pay off. On the surface, PayPal looks just like another convenient way to pay. But in reality, it was built on a radically libertarian vision. Money moving freely, beyond government control. The same vision that would later drive the crypto movement.
Y'all see where we going at with this, y'all? Y'all see where we going at? The people who are figuring out how to move money, they wasn't with the government. The people who running the world, yeah, they own the government. But what do they stand for? That's the problem.
And just like crypto, that freedom quickly attracts the gray areas of the economy. PayPal's early growth comes from industries most banks avoided, like gambling and NSFW stuff. Good thing Peter's been nurturing his political connections. As Chefkin tells it, Thiel worked to keep his business alive by lobbying Congress to keep online gambling legal and to stop PayPal from being treated as a national bank. We also asked Peter Thiel directly about this, but didn't get a response either. E-commerce is exploding in popularity. There's high demand for a tool that can simplify online transaction. And Max and Peter aren't the only ones working on a solution. PayPal isn't even the only online payment startup in the same building. There's a very similar company on the same floor. It's called X.com, and its founder has a lot in common with Peter. Most notably, Elon Musk is also an enterprising immigrant with roots in South Africa. Like Peter, he also shows little regard for traditional rules of the banking industry. Playing by every rule only slows down growth. But for a while, they have no idea what each other's companies are for, until a PayPal employee finds a business plan for X.com in a dumpster. And then it becomes impossible to ignore each other. They become two of the biggest fish in the sea of online payments.
And ain't it strange that both of them got South African ties from, you know, apartheid type environment? They came under the same kind of, you know, ideology. They have the same type of, you know, tech type background. Got probably the same type of influence over the world right now, particularly the United States and, you know, South Africa. Now, if you don't even have to, if you're going to think about Mark Zuckerberg, you got to, you know, put him above that. When you're talking about Bill Gates, all of these guys, between 4 guys, there's more money than this whole country got.
Did you experience inappropriate behavior from a bishop, church leader?
Rapidly, but at the same time bleeding funds. Online becomes impossible to ignore each other. They become two of the biggest fish in the sea of online payments. PayPal's growing rapidly, but at the same time bleeding funds. Every new user gets a cash bonus, most transactions rack up fees, and servers are expensive. Worse, the anonymity that makes PayPal attractive also opens the door to credit card fraud, and PayPal would have to refund the victim's stolen money. Max Levchin responds by building an anti-fraud system called Igor, software that flags suspicious patterns and blocks scam transactions. All the while, user anonymity is still preserved. Igor successfully curbs fraud by half of what it was. The FBI takes interest in the technology and starts using the software to catch money launderers. Still, PayPal isn't profitable. Peter thinks he knows the answer. It has to become a monopoly. Eliminate competitors, dominate the market, and set the rules. As Peter often puts it,
competition is for losers. Competition is for losers. Competition is for losers.
This strategy will come to define Peter Thiel's success. He'll outline it in the business best-selling book 0 to 1, and it will become a guiding principle in the tech industry.
What I think everybody who is a founder or entrepreneur should aim to do is build a monopoly. And all the great companies that people have built are monopolies of one sort or another.
By 2000, the online payment space has grown more competitive, and PayPal is still operating at a loss. Elon suggests a merger, and Peter agrees. Uniting is their best chance for survival. According to The Contrarian, they clash from the start. Over the name, over the software. Elon becomes CEO because he's a bigger shareholder, but Peter allegedly can't stand his leadership. He's said to think Elon's a reckless egomaniac, and Elon is said to think Peter's a sociopath who only cares about money. Their battles stall the company's growth, so Thiel decides to end them. Elon goes on his honeymoon, leaving the CEO position undefended. And in an elegant, calculated move, Peter captures it. Levchin and others loyal to Thiel start voicing their gripes about Musk. They manage to convince enough board members to oust Musk and to insert Thiel as temporary CEO, a position he'll keep. It won't be Thiel's last tactical takedown. As CEO of PayPal, Peter Thiel is on a whole new playing field. In 2002, he secures a landmark deal.
But y'all remember dealing with eBay? I still get stuff from eBay every now and then. But I think PayPal still deals with a lot of stuff from, you got to go through PayPal with eBay. And you got to remember, this was before Cash App. PayPal was running shit before Cash App. They did have they had a monopoly on as far as sending money instantly outside of having to go to like, send like a money order or something like that. Y'all remember how you had to send money before PayPal?
eBay acquires PayPal for $1.5 billion. Thiel becomes a multimillionaire at 35 years old, walking away with at least $55 million from the deal. Now he has the capital and credibility to pursue his wildest dreams. The day he signs the deal is the day he also steps down as CEO. PayPal was just a stepping stone. Now he's ready to move on to bigger and bolder projects, and to live the high life as a very rich person. He buys a silver Ferrari and fancy apartments. Now the formerly bullied kid is the life of the party. More and more people want to be in his orbit. Thiel's personal trajectory is skyrocketing. But
that's why they say, go ahead and goddamn keep your head in the books, even though you're a little nerdy motherfucker. Now you can fuck any bitch you want. Everybody want to be in the circle now. Now, after you done been lonely that long, shit, you don't give a fuck about nobody.
the country is spiraling.
Are you having trouble trying to keep up with your professor? You've got to try Otter. Here's how it works.
In the wake of 9/11, Americans also face a recession, an unpopular war, and widespread trauma. Thiel is anxious too. He's increasingly concerned with the threat of religious terrorism. He finds the Bush administration isn't tough enough on Islam. His politics seem to shift. At Stanford, he wrote fiery libertarian essays railing against government power. Now he's arguing the opposite, that the US must use extrajudicial methods to catch terrorists. As he put it, outside the checks and balances of representative democracy as described in high school textbooks. For Thiel, the trade-off is clear. The West must compromise. More security, less freedom. And he sees a business opportunity in it. What if Igor, the software Max Levchin built to catch fraudsters, could be retooled to catch terrorists? Wouldn't the CIA be interested? In 2003, Thiel gets a team to start working on it right away. They'll call the company Palantir. In The Lord of the Rings, a Palantir is a mythical stone that sees and communicates across far distances. Sauron, the evil character who seeks to dominate Middle-earth, uses a Palantir to spy on enemies and conspire with allies.
The power of Isengard is at your command, Sauron, Lord of the Earth.
That kind of makes sense of what they're trying to tell you you're going to be doing, like creating a network of an all-seeing eye. Do y'all see the purpose of the all-seeing eye kind of shit? I'm saying that shit been around way longer than this guy even been alive, but I'm just saying, like, these motherfuckers, they thinking in a weird kind of way, man. Who would know that a motherfucker that's about to take over the world or trying to take over the world has just been born 50 years ago? And then you got the Rothschilds. You got all kind of powerful families in the world right now. And it's probably a good 100 motherfuckers, 200-300 motherfuckers that are filthy billionaires. And all of them got like some kind of weird, sick shit going on with them. When they get ready to restart the earth shit, you know, it ain't going to be too many of, you know, too many motherfuckers looking like me, I don't think. I'm just saying. If they do, they're going to make sure they try to make them as a worker race or something. Because this shit is crazy.
Basically, Thiel is offering Sauron's power to anyone who can afford it. Palantir's promise? Use network analysis to find unforeseen patterns in vast troves of data. This is especially interesting to US intelligence agencies who had collected information on Al-Qaeda conspirators but failed to see the connections till after the attack. In the early years, many users are disappointed with Palantir's service, but their timing is excellent with everyone terrified of another attack. And Thiel's chosen CEO is excellent at raising money. His name is Alex Karp. He's another former Stanford classmate. When Osama bin Laden is captured and killed, rumors circulate that Palantir was used to find him. Public interest in the company skyrockets. Based on what's known today about Palantir's abilities at the time, any meaningful involvement is questionable. When media outlets ask Alex Karp about that rumor, he's careful not to confirm or deny involvement. He tends to dodge the question with a smile and imply that some connection is there.
Did your company help to track and kill Osama bin Laden?
When you open the
Yeah, you definitely don't want to take too much credit for that shit, though. Because if something go wrong.
paper and look in the news about these kind of things, there's a 2/3 chance, depending on the country involved, that somehow my company was involved.
One media outlet isn't buying the hype. A gossipy blog called Gawker. According to Max Chafkin, Gawker's Silicon Valley page reports no real link between Palantir and the Bin Laden raid and suggests the company spread the rumor just to boost sales. Valleywag is known for roasting the tech industry back when most news outlets tend to sing its praises. And a favorite target of Gawker's gossip and mockery is Peter Thiel. Thiel will take care of Gawker later. Beyond founding Palantir, Thiel spends the 2000s turning tech startups into giants.
I was the sort of first angel investor in Facebook in summer of 2004. The business was already tracking quite well. They only needed money to buy more computers. So I think that was always sort of a promising sign.
In 2004, he becomes Facebook's first big investor. Thiel not only funds the company, but becomes Zuckerberg's mentor. Now Zuckerberg is one of the richest people alive.
But see, the underline that we have to look at that, why did he do that? Because he wanted to get a first step on a lot of people's identity, in my opinion. Because what does Facebook do? That was the first shit that just made people just come and freely give all of their identity. Track theyself. Like, give all the metadata that they couldn't possibly get any kind of other way. You can't run around and find out how many actual people are out here in the world and, you know, what school they went to, their birth date, their address, all of that shit. Motherfuckers, you know, voluntarily gave that shit up. Hell yeah, that was a chess move. Cause look at us now. Look at our ass now. We done gave up everything now.
And Thiel's investment will net him about $400 million. Thiel doesn't stop there. Through his network, he backs Airbnb, Spotify, SpaceX, and later OpenAI. In 2007, Thiel seems to have spotted the financial crisis early. He bets against the US housing market. The gamble pays off. A 60% return in just 6 months. Banks will collapse and around 9 million Americans will lose their jobs.
Yeah, I think that was a coincidence. He the only one betting on the right side of the housing market.
But for Thiel, it's cause for celebration. According to Chafkin, he flies his stuff to Maui with unlimited tabs for food, booze, massages, and surfing. We asked Peter Thiel if this is true, but he didn't answer. But Thiel's golden run doesn't last. After a string of bad investments and mass redemptions, his hedge fund suffers huge losses and all but collapses. By 2011, he will have lost nearly 2/3 of his clients' money. The crisis seems to make Thiel more cynical. In 2009, he writes that he still believes in libertarian principles, but no longer in democracy. I no longer believe that freedom and democracy are compatible, he declares. He argues that America has been in decline since the 1920s, when women gained the right to vote and when the Great Depression created mass unemployment. In his view, women and poor people are especially hostile to libertarian policies. Their ability to vote stands in the way of his ideal society. The essay makes waves. Gawker Media calls him a loopy libertarian,
So women and broke motherfuckers are fucking it up for everybody, according to him.
ridiculing him for wishing women couldn't vote. Thiel later clarifies it's not that he wants to take one class of voters' rights away. The problem is that Americans in general won't vote for libertarian policies. So, better to do away with democracy altogether? Meanwhile, Gawker Media gleefully reports Thiel's investment failures. They claim he exaggerates his net worth and make fun of his hypocrisies. Gawker reported on a lot of important topics other media outlets wouldn't touch till much later, like the crimes of Harvey Weinstein and Jeffrey Epstein. But they also posted a lot of arguably cruel gossip. In 2007, they outed Thiel's sexual orientation with a post titled, "Peter Thiel is totally gay, people." Peter Thiel's sexuality was an open secret at the time, but he didn't seem to want it reported. His outing was clearly a violation of privacy. According to The Contrarian, Thiel sees Gawker's coverage as damaging to his business. And plenty of other people have grudges against the site, so Thiel quietly funds a team of lawyers to take up their cases. The decisive moment comes in 2012, when Gawker publishes a leaked sex tape of the wrestler Hulk Hogan. Hogan sues, and Thiel secretly bankrolls the fight with $10 million.
So, Hulk Hogan sued about that shit, and he made sure Hogan got that money. Because they put him out there, he is a fun boy. Y'all, do y'all see why the fun boy stuff? But think about this, y'all. Think about this. The motherfucker that is funding Donald Trump, funding J.D. Vance, funding the Republican movement, the conservative movement, and he a flaming what? Can't make this shit up. The whole Republican movement is homophobic, but the person that's fucking waving the puppeteer that is controlling Trump, J.D. Vance, and all that, he has a boyfriend. And he got put out by a damn magazine called Gawker.
The stage is set for a major courtroom battle. Hulk Hogan, former professional wrestler turned reality star, is taking on media website Gawker.
Gawker is hit with just over $140 million in damages and files for bankruptcy in 2016. Gawker Media is no more, and Thiel is proud of his win, calling it the most philanthropic thing he's ever done. In an interview, he compares the journalists behind the company to terrorists. The world learned that it's dangerous to mess with Peter Thiel.
No, it's dangerous to have this motherfucker in power and talking about you want free speech. So after this video, hey, Peter, I ain't bothering you no more, dog. I'm just fucking with you. Goddamn, you know, ain't nobody gonna see this shit. I got what? 20 people in the chat. So this is just, I won't make no damage. Nobody is not listening to Earz to the Streets. But the few people that are listening, I ain't lying.
Reporters Without Borders called his feat a serious threat on freedom of the press. Critics argue that this set a precedent for wealthy individuals to weaponize the courts and bury media that criticizes them. But Peter Thiel is just getting started.
I would say it's like having another producer in the room that knows exactly what your song needs.
It's often said that two things in life are certain, death and taxes. Well, Peter Thiel disagrees. What others see as inevitabilities, Thiel sees as problems to be solved. He famously funds biotech companies pursuing life extension. His hatred of taxes has him pour resources into anti-tax political actions and also seasteading.
Life extension, y'all. Are we not seeing some people that look like they should be dead? I'm serious, y'all. Are we not looking at some politicians right now that look like they should be dead, but they might have had some life extensions? The most richest motherfuckers in the world, if there's any way that they can extend their life or even give them a stunt double, Because I believe some of these people are already dead and they got stunt doubles. But just to hear that somebody's already been putting this shit in motion.
Man-made island nations free from income tax and governmental regulations. A floating libertarian utopia where he can escape systems he finds oppressive. An idea he has since abandoned. He looks into other exit plans, like a bunker in New Zealand, which he also later drops, and the chance for humanity to reach Mars. This becomes Peter Thiel's pattern, seeking escape. Escape from rules that govern everyone else. But escape on Peter Thiel's scale doesn't come easily. Immortality research and space exploration require massive resources. Changing tax laws requires massive influence. Fortunately for Thiel, his wealth and influence have grown enormously, so he can attempt to reshape politics to enable his search for escape. In 2007, he does something unusual for Silicon Valley entrepreneurs. He starts funding presidential candidates. His first big bet is the libertarian Ron Paul, a long-shot candidate for presidency, but a politician with a passionate base. Like Thiel, Paul is an advocate for extreme free market capitalism. They're also both skeptical of climate change to different degrees. Ron Paul doesn't win the 2008 presidency. Obama does. In 2012, Ron Paul runs again, and this time Thiel is his biggest donor by a long shot. Thiel wasn't really banking on Paul's win. Instead, he was thinking ahead. In an interview with the magazine Slate from 2012, Thiel says he was really campaigning for 2016, building up a strong libertarian base. Thiel seems to want a candidate who will ensure his...
I wonder how he was doing that. Hollering about Obama was from Kenya and all that bullshit.
His wealth will be protected. One who will grant more power to the tech industry, and one who shares his view that America is in decline and needs a strong man to become great again. When Trump is revealed as the best candidate to promote those aims, Thiel donates $1.25 million to his campaign. In 2016, Thiel takes the stage at the Republican National Convention during primetime.
Tonight, I urge all of my fellow Americans to stand up and vote for Donald Trump.
And I bet nobody knew who the fuck that was when he said that. Well, some people did. The right people did. But the average person didn't. But when they bring out Kid Rock, or they bring out Beyonce, or they bring out fucking Meg Thee Stallion, or Nicki Minaj, everybody know who the fuck that is. But when this motherfucker step out there and he's in control of so much of your everyday life, you have no idea. And to know that these motherfuckers believe that, hell, y'all niggas should be working in the mines and fucking making and bringing food and shit to him and his family. I'm just saying.
Thiel campaigns for Trump as if his views represented Silicon Valley. But at the time, Trump is deeply unpopular in tech. Of the top tech companies in the Valley, not a single CEO donates to Trump's 2016 campaign. And Thiel's support of Trump makes him somewhat of a pariah. According to The Contrarian, friends cut ties with him or refuse to discuss politics. Thiel is unbothered. They'll change their tune soon enough. Besides, he's starting to lean into his image as the Silicon Valley supervillain. He reportedly once said, "I'd rather be seen as evil than incompetent." When Trump shocks the world by winning, Thiel is part of the transition team. His role is to appoint people who will disrupt regulatory bodies like the Federal Trade Commission and the Food and Drug Administration. A dream job for Thiel, who's railed against governmental regulation for decades.
Now it makes sense why you put motherfucker like RFK as the CDC over the health shit. Y'all don't see? He playing a crazy game. Like, let's see how dumb fucking America is. I ain't even from there. Okay. My guy got elected. He was the only one that had Trump back, so of course Trump got to do what this motherfucker say. Why you think J.D. Vance ended up being Trump's vice president the second round? Because he wanted them to. We're going to get to that part, but he was the only one that was fucking with Trump, so Trump going to do whatever this motherfucker want him to.
Thiel reportedly suggests 150 names to Trump. According to Max Chafkin, his list includes, to no surprise, ultra-libertarians, but also very controversial figures.
But he put every one of them that he could get in there. RFK, let's put the motherfucker with the worm in his brain as the fucking health advisor. Let's put the WWE fucking lady over the schools. Education. Let's put fucking let's put a damn a podcaster over defense. Let's put a Fox News host over the Department of War. Like, they just, like, y'all don't see everybody like, what? Yeah, all this shit is, deliberate. Like, yeah.
Fringe people from his growing network of far-right reactionaries. Trump only approves a handful of them, the least controversial suggestions that Thiel makes. So Thiel's first attempt at capturing the White House seems to have failed. Politically, Thiel retreats to the background for a bit. He and his partner have their first child, and he seems to focus on family life for a while. But the background...
Say what? Hold on. So he done managed to figure out how to have a child with a dude. Do y'all see who's in the background of who brought Trump into office? Without him, Trump wouldn't have got in the first time. Y'all see this woke shit? The wokey woke shit that they talking about? Wouldn't this be considered woke, being able to accept two men raising a kid? But let me shut the hell up. I ain't trying to get in trouble.
Is where Peter Thiel thrives the most. Outside of politics, Thiel's businesses are skyrocketing, especially Palantir. During COVID, Palantir wins government contracts to analyze pandemic data, tracking infections and vaccines. In 2025, Business Insider...
Did y'all just hear that? The guy that got Trump put into office also got the government contract to analyze the vaccine. The same people that's telling you not to take the vaccine, the same people that the fucking pandemic just came up under, they ain't know nothing about that, huh?
Insider reports that under the second Trump administration, ICE will use Palantir to track down immigrants who overstayed their visa.
The same person that got Trump put into office, his technology has government contracts, ordered $30 million worth of new technology from this same ICE tracking immigrants technology. Wow. And that's just where it's starting at. Where will it go from there? Because, they already think of niggas as we should be working in the mines, mining gold. While, billionaires, we should be working while they, getting rich. We supposed to be the working class.
Palantir's involvement has only intensified under Trump and has been instrumental for over a decade, since Obama's second administration. The Guardian reports in 2025 that...
And like I say, found out that Obama probably started it. I don't know. I ain't sure.
Palantir provides ICE with tools that help their agents fulfill Trump's aggressive deportation quotas using a vast data network. It includes government records such as tax data from the IRS and private databases like location history from cell phone records. Now Palantir also incorporates facial recognition data from Clearview AI, another startup where Peter Thiel is the first investor.
So pretty much if you're an immigrant in this country, you better not have no fucking phone, no GPS on, or if you filed taxes in the past, but they on your ass. Face recognition. Y'all see every time we be seeing those things, the police, they'll point the phone at the people's face.
The pattern is clear. Palantir thrives in chaos, and chaos is only ramping up.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. You
Damn sure got a lot of chaos ramping up right now, right? We almost done.
What looks like a political setback with Trump may just be Thiel's chance to plan his next move. Thiel won't back Trump's second campaign, but he will build up another politician.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made.
And this will be the next president if Mr. Thiel gets his way, probably. I wouldn't be surprised if they go ahead and, knock Trump out the box and let him be the president going into the election going into 2028. Ain't it mighty funny he went from Trump wasn't shit to now he fucking with Trump?
Thiel injects J.D. Vance's primary campaign with $15 million. Vance is now Vice President of the United States. Thiel and Vance's relationship didn't come out of nowhere. Vance worked at one of Thiel's companies and Thiel became his mentor, as Vance himself says. And it was also Thiel who brought J.D. Vance and Donald Trump together.
Because no one had ever heard of J.D. Vance until they announced the presidential election. Till they announced it. And it was like, J.D. who? A dude that only been a senator for 1 year in Ohio? Never held a political office before? Never heard of this guy? Just out of the blue.
Trump is elected as president again in 2024, several members of the tech elite rally behind him. There's Elon Musk, who is against Trump in 2016 and becomes his most visible supporter in 2024. There's Mark Zuckerberg, who abolishes fact-checkers at Meta less than 2 weeks before Trump takes office.
Right. No more fact-checker. All of these people that didn't invest not one dime 2016, but they seen what old boy did 2016, and Trump did everything he wanted to. So now that they see that he gonna do it again, oh damn, this motherfucker he got elected again. Shit, all we gotta do is give him $1 billion, get whatever we want.
And there's Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, who donates $1 million to Trump just before inauguration. At the inauguration of Trump's second presidency in January 2025, major tech CEOs are clearly visible in the front row. But one person isn't there that day. He's in the background again. Peter Thiel. Instead, he watches Palantir's stock skyrocket and topping the market for much of 2025. The surge is in part fueled by government contracts. And not just in the US. Palantir has been hired by Israeli forces allegedly to enable AI-powered targeting of Palestinians.
So, everything he asked for, he gonna get it on the platter because he was the day one. While none of the other people believed in him, he believed in Trump. And whatever contract he want, he gonna get. And he's like brain from the pinky of the brain. He wants to now. He thinks that, he done went on full DEFCON.
Which the company denies, and by Ukraine in its war against Russia. These and other contracts not only boost Palantir's profits, they also give the company access to extremely sensitive data. Few assets carry more power or more potential for harm. So who decides how it's used? We reached out to Peter Thiel as well as Palantir because we had a lot of questions. Unfortunately, none of them were answered. In 2012, Peter Thiel said, "One of the things I like about technology is that when technology is unregulated, you can change the world without getting approval from other people."
Now remember that we just talked about what's in the big beautiful bill that Marjorie Taylor Greene, dumbass, didn't realize before she became the pass and vote for it. Well, she probably realized it, but acting like she did. What did they just do, y'all, in that big beautiful bill? We talked about it. They passed a law where AI will be unregulated for the next 10 years. What's the worst that can happen?
At its best, it's not subject to democratic control and not subject to the majority, which I think is often hostile to change. A recent venture Thiel backed is called Erebor, a crypto bank named after the mountain in The Hobbit where a murderous dragon hoards treasure. And now Trump is pushing one of Thiel's wilder ideas: low-tax freedom cities where corporations can operate without federal regulations.
We'll actually build new cities in our country again. These freedom cities will reopen the frontier, reignite American imagination.
Freedom cities aren't just for making a lot of money. The goal is also to conduct research without governmental approval. One such place already exists, Prospera in Honduras. You already know who helped fund it. The
Yep. And we seen who they helped get out of power. They took the president out of there. They went and did their thing over there, and then they gave the president a pardon from Honduras. Y'all think it's a coincidence? They went and took over the president, put in who they wanted to. They gave him a pardon, so he don't, he don't feel bad.
libertarian utopia Peter Thiel dreams of no longer needs Mars or the open ocean. It's being built right in America.
Jersey Mike's is now an official sponsor of the NFL.
Hold on, you're still.
It's a big game about being tough on crime.
I appointed
I appeared before the Congressional Committee to tell what I knew of activities which might lead to an attempt to set up a fascist dictatorship.
The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings.
President Bush signed a formal agreement that will end the United States as we know it.
And he took the step without approval from either the U.S. Congress or the people of the United States.
The secret organizations of the world power elite are no longer secret.
It's known as the Bilderberg Group. Could their objective be world domination?
I'm Jim Tucker. I've chased Bilderberg for 30 years. I'll never give up the chase. Bilderberg plan for the whole world is nothing less than world government.
I'm not comfortable with that at all. Who elected these guys to run the planet?
They are the elitists. They feel they should run the world for their own selfish interests.
Now we can see a new world coming into view. A world in which there is the very real prospect of a new world order.
Bilderberg is making great progress toward a world government, and only an educated, informed public can stop them in their tracks.
David Rockefeller admits in his own memoirs that he wants to destroy the United States. Right. He's a traitor!
It's good to be back at the Council on Foreign Relations. As Pete mentioned, I've been a member for a long time and was actually a director for some period of time. I never mentioned that when I was campaigning for re-election back home in Wyoming.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories.
I need you to move off the property, please.
Some shots were fired.
This Bilderberger's right there.
The Trans-Texas Corridor is a vital part because we stop here in Texas. We stop the new world order right here in Texas.
This thing started here. And to save this country, we kill this damn thing here.
There is a chance for the President of the United States to carry out a phrase his father used, and that is a new world order.
Your new world order will fall. Humanity will defeat you. The answer to 1984 is 1776.
England and Austria bankrolled all the factions. At least 20 million were killed. The head of Daimler Chrysler, Jürgen Erich Schrempp, arrives by helicopter. Here, the owner of the Washington Post, Donald Graham, escorts Indra Nooyi, the head of PepsiCo. Queen Beatrix of the Netherlands, whose father, Prince Bernhard, founded Bilderberg, is a leading figure in the group. Of course, globalist kingpin David Rockefeller, seen here with his bodyguard, James Ford, always attends. The then newly appointed World Bank chief Paul Wolfowitz is photographed at Bilderberg 2005. It has been reported that Wolfowitz had attended previous meetings while still the Deputy Secretary of Defense, a violation of the Logan Act. Under the Logan Act, it is a felony offense for any member of the federal or state government to meet with members of a foreign government without the express authority and authorization of the President or Congress.
Well, we know that's happening a lot in America right now. And like I said, this is back in 2007 where this stuff was unprecedented. Let me slide up a little bit, see what we got going on.
800,000 plus hacked to death with machetes in Rwanda. Sadly, there are too many examples of innocent families being exterminated by their governments on an industrial scale, to name them all. It is a historical fact that the state is the #1 cause of unnatural death. If you take the 150 million people killed by power-mad government in the last century and divide it by 100,000, the number of souls lost would fill the biggest sports stadium, packed with 100,000 screaming fans, 1,500 times over. That's 1,500 sports stadiums crammed with 100,000 people each, all exterminated. For those who think it can't happen here or won't happen to them, you have been warned. The carnage witnessed in the last 100 years was only the preparatory phase of the New World Order's master plan. The founder of IBM was a devout follower of Hitler. Thomas J. Watson had supplied his punch card computers and IBM technicians to the Nazis for use in the death camps. Tattoos on camp victims were IBM human identification numbers, which fed into the computers. IBM had used similar punch card systems as early as 1928 in a Jamaican race mixing study. The first real computers were literally invented by a eugenicist for eugenics. UN chieftain and unrepentant eugenicist Julian Huxley argued that since the leaders of eugenics had founded the environmental and conservation movements, that they should be used as vehicles in the formation of a world government. Just as H.G. Wells had envisioned, this government would be controlled by a scientific dictatorship and would be guided by the principles of eugenics. Huxley created the World Wildlife Fund with Bilderberg founder and former SS officer Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands, and Prince Philip.
Now, like I said, this is a long video, so I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but I was skimming through it, and I was looking at some of the old stuff, and I was like, damn, he was calling out a lot of this shit, but it's just different, you know, billionaires. And when you see the different type of billionaires, you know, between the E.T.T.S and the Elon Musk, and now you got the Donald Trumps, and you got the Vladimir Putins, you got the, you know, Kim Jong-uns, you got the motherfucker in China, then you got the, you know, you got all of the, you got all these princes and kings and all this stuff in Saudi Arabia, and all these oil moguls from Exxon, and all of these powerful billionaires now. None of them looks like us. Might I add, but all of them feel like, you know, they're inferior to the people who, you know, the normal people, the everyday people. And we're seeing that these wars are unfolding. We're seeing the situation with Iran. We're seeing the situation with all the countries being bombed. We're seeing the rise in tension in America. We're seeing the stuff with Venezuela, and like all of this stuff that's going on at one time. We obviously see something brewing up. We can't put our finger all the way on it, but there's a lot brewing up. So I just wanted to show this little demonstration. And like I said, y'all just keep your eyes and your ears open, man. I'm going to wrap this live up. I hope y'all enjoyed the presentation. And I'll continue on. We'll go down some more of the rabbit hole or whatever. Maybe we'll...
In 1870, the 30...
I was going to go over this video, which is a kind of a breakdown of Rockefeller, but we'll do that on a different occasion. Maybe I'll drop this video in case anybody wants to go check it out. I just dropped that video that we was just watching, the Alex Jones video. I dropped that in the link in case y'all want to go check that out. Something to put you to, you know, watch while you, you know, wind down or whatever. But y'all just check out these videos, and like I say, I'm gonna wrap it up for the night. I hope y'all enjoyed the presentation. I will catch y'all on another round. Make sure y'all hit the like button on the way down. What's good, Mojo? Yeah, I was still up. I'm about to wrap it up though, cause it's been a long day, and I got a long day tomorrow. So y'all have a good morning or night or whatever it is where you're at, and I will catch y'all on another round. Earz to the streets out y'all area. I'm out.